Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's woman time.
It's women time. Loading complete.
And for Ibuki Ron to have an awful time.
Which is pretty much any given day for Ibuki Ron. Let's be fair. Unless Miss Sakura's there.
Truly.
Unless Miss Sakura's there, then things are fine. But it's okay, because Ibuki Ron is a fine and well adjusted compared to some of the other couples here. This is according to...
He's got Viz as long as she's not thinking about On.
Correct. According to Ibuki Ron, she is the most well adjusted one here. So let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. We are all here, all ready.
Aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Reload. Oh yeah, that's right. We have a murder to solve.
That's the woman of the hour.
There she is. Oh, hi, Miho. Can't believe that someone other than myself chose to commit suicide. So yeah, happy Wednesday. There she is, Asakura.
That's what happened last stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I love thinking of it as a glow up, but it's also, I also feel like it is technically a reverse glow up. She's no longer putting on the glow. This is
Sparkle off.
Sparkle off. No shine. We vibe. This is in fact a glow down. And I'm so glad for
And
her.
if this place is actually from Ibuki Ron's subconscious, then she just made this lady up. He never actually met Asakura in real life.
Honestly, yeah. This is the Makoto Asakura who Ibuki Ron saw go viral online for doing the very prominent self-die and
in the middle of Shibuya Crossing.
In the middle of Shibuya Crossing, while watching sushi be made. It's... I know.
And she said, wow, she just like me for real.
For real, honestly. She just like me, but I got Miss Sakura, so... I would never. There's also something really terrifying about that whole, having a knife, watching the sushi be made as like some sort of crazy thought hazard that makes you take your knife and yeah. It's a very wild thought hazard sort of deal.
Intrusive thoughts 1 for the last time.
Yeah. That feels like the sort of intrusive thought hazard that Ibuki Ron would be used to dealing with by now.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. We have the, in other news, I gotta do my best to Chairman Kaga voice. If memory serves me correctly, and I think it does, Aya and Miho are in their divorce arc. Number 500 or so. Unconfirmed, but they have done this before.
Yeah, because Miho's feeling jealous.
Real, honestly. So Miho moved in with Ron.
Mm-hmm.
And
Aya moved with Sai.
Oh, right.
Call them Saya.
Saya real. I support them. We could also say that Aya took our big sister. Mean of her. But that's fair. Sai believes in us.
Yeah. Oh, also Koizumi's dead.
Yeah, that's a thing that happened. That's...
You'll be fine.
Yeah. It's... She very much did not hang herself. I think it's safe to say at this point, but...
Yeah, no struggling marks.
Yeah. So anyways, Asakura. I turn Freya back on, yes.
That's a terrible joke, Asakura. Please say /J.
Yes, please. That's a terrible joke, Ron says while smiling. Asakura, on the other hand, grinned at her own wisecrack.
Still, Asakura, it seems like you've been much more motivated than usual. Great to see you proactively investigating an incident like this. You've only seen 2 cases, Ron.
It's all because of you, you know? Asakura leaned down and brought her face quite close to Ron's. Personal space.
Sure.
Thanks to you, Indo's not even giving me the time of day, so all I can really do is come out and try to have some fun on my own. Uh-oh. Silent treatment.
Well, you do seem to be enjoying yourself.
Silent treatment. Good for Tama.
Let's not tell her about how Indo spent all this alone time writing letters to her just yet. Tama! Indo has things she wants to do after all.
Real. Asakura nodded and set aside her smile, letting her gaze wander away from Ron. Yeah, she has things she wants to do now. It's wonderful. Things that aren't me. Ron heard a sense of warmth that she'd never heard from Asakura before. That warmth, directed at Tama Indo, touched Ron's heart as well.
If only Asakura could have met someone like Indo in reality as well. Maybe not as pushy.
Yeah. The problems between me and Indo are basically settled now. How about you?
Me? What about me? I'm perfectly mentally normal.
Yes, I'm real and well-adjusted.
You mean the situation with me and Ann?
Well, yeah, who else? You've got her super worked up and anxious these days, and looks like you're the only one who can't tell?
Excuse me? I know far better than any of you how best to talk to Miss Sakura, and Miss Sakura would never get anxious in the first place ever. She's immune.
Yes, she's a therapist, and the therapist class is immune to anxiety. Yeah, I get it. Miss Sakura, you know, is some kind of incredible, hyper-competent goddess. But the her here is far more emotionally sensitive than you seem to understand. Seriously, you shouldn't push her as much as you're doing. Try and find a different way to get along with her. Ron understood how Asakura was able to come to this conclusion. She tried changing the way she interacted with Ann before, too. But she really didn't want other people to make suggestions about how her and Ann's relationship ought to change, even if the suggestion was probably for the better.
I'm going to do the opposite now that you've said that. This is a matter between me and Miss Sakura. Don't interfere.
After she said those words, Ron turned and left immediately. It's clear by her demeanor, though, that Ron lacked confidence in her, eh?
But.
Oh, no.
Well, let's solve the case ASAP. It's okay, we don't need to see what Asakura was saying.
Yeah. Sign on. Tama. Oh, we already spent a thing here. Okay, who else did we want to visit? Do we remember who we wanted to visit? We have Sai and An. We have Tama, probably still in the library, and Aya in the... probably...
I think that we wanted to talk to Aya last time.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Since I'm guessing this is Aya and Miho's focus chapter.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's got all this free time on her hands. Aren't you going to go look for the killer?
Aya was sitting on the bench of the piano. When she saw Ron enter, she set her guitar down and invited Ron to sit by. Sit, by patting the empty spot next to her on the bench. Why bother? It's clearly a suicide, and I don't feel like investigating. Ron went ahead and plopped herself down on the piano bench. The bench wasn't very long, leaving the two of them pressed close together.
And then Miho walked in, I guess. So you're still not going to tell me about why you and Take had that argument?
Marriage counselor. Nope, I'm not.
Looks like forcing it isn't going to work. Let's talk about something else first.
I'm going to throw my Magatama in your face. You've got psycholocks. Ron took a glance at the crest sewn onto Aya's jacket and poked it a few times. Poke, 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 poke.
I never got a chance to ask before this. Did you sew this on yourself?
Yep. Aya proudly pulled out her jacket, displaying the crest. Bet you didn't expect that kind of craftsmanship out of me, eh? I embroidered the crest and sewed it onto the jacket myself.
Oh!
Is this your school crest?
I mean, if she had to sew it on herself, it's probably another school?
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought for sure that was Take's handiwork.
No way. Miho couldn't pull off something like this. I erased her head and tapped her neck choker. The starry decoration glittered. She bought this for me as a present. Don't you think she's such a perv?
Barking her?
Honestly.
How am I supposed to answer that question? So, how come she bought you something like that?
Because I started a band with some friends. Got a bunch of my buds who also like Led Zeppelin together. We started a rock and roll band.
Ooh.
This embroidered crest is the symbol of our band. I made one for each of us. Ooh.
Sounds impressive. I'm not super familiar with British rock and roll from the 70s, but you a boomer in real life?
You sure seem pretty familiar with it, if you could name that much. Honestly, real. Let's see. Play guitar. Portrait. Oh. She embroidered the crest herself, huh? Seems Toyama's pretty good with her hands. Bet she'd be way better at cooking than Take. Unexpected development.
Hmm?
I gave her on the shoulder a bump.
That's Zeppelin, huh? Might be that instance I ran into when I was using the ticket of the observer. That one gave me a real scare. I will not elaborate.
Ron casually encounters a JoJo stand. Oh, alright, here we go.
I encountered a concert performance once, back when I was using the ticket too. Maybe I can't use it anymore.
Though, Miho didn't like the band much. Oh. We'll get back to the divorce in a second. I must know. What is the Observer's ticket?
What horrors did she encounter?
The Observer's ticket is an 8cm by 6cm round-trip bus ticket made of copper-lined paper. The left side of the ticket stub has a departure arrow drawn on it. After an intelligent being rips the ticket at the dotted line, the being will be transported within 0.1 seconds to the scene of a major event caused by that intelligent being. Eh? The transportation is completely random and unaffected by the passage of time. After arriving at the destination, the torn ticket stub will reappear, with the departure arrow having been replaced by a return arrow. Ripping the ticket stub again will return the traveler to their point of origin within 0.1 seconds. Whenever an intelligent being goes 20 years without experiencing a major event, that being will immediately embark on a journey to find and obtain an observer's ticket. Such journeys always end with a successful discovery of a ticket within 36 days at most. Whether or not the being in question uses the ticket after acquiring it, however, is a decision left to them alone.
Huh?
Ron Ibuki wants to utilize the ticket to travel to a distant planet outside the Milky Way. However, after using 12 separate tickets, Ron Ibuki found that further tickets would no longer take effect upon her.
Hey.
That's a lot to process.
Did she just buy the tickets?
Huh.
Like off the dark web?
I mean, I guess it's possible. People can sell their tickets. If you sell your ticket on the dark web and someone else uses it, do they go to your event? Or do they go to their event? I mean, I guess an intelligent being rips the ticket and go to their event. That's the thing, right? You rip the ticket, you're teleported to the scene of a major event caused by you. If I'm reading that right. Oh, the exact definition of major event has been lost due to memory loss. Okay, I was gonna say, here's my floppy theory. Ron accidentally going to somewhere outside the Milky Way is caused by the Ron Ikubi deep inside her.
Ron, what did you do?
Being from the stars. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. There we go. Mio didn't like the band much. Oh. Gah.
Exposition hooked successfully? Just took a moment to look at my handy-dandy notebook.
Yeah.
While showering with Toyama, she also mentioned that Take wasn't interested in her music, right? Is that why they fought?
Yeah.
Was that why the two of you fought? I'm just gonna ask.
Is Ron-chan trying to trick me into talking? Unfortunately, it was completely unrelated. I gently stroked the choker on her neck, showing a rare expression of vulnerability. Oh. Even though she didn't like the band much, Miho still supported me anyways. She attended every concert we held. Singing my neck because she thought that all rock and rollers wore weird jewelry anyways. And she didn't want me to lose it to anyone else on that front.
Aww.
Doing her best. Ron nodded.
I can understand Take's way of thinking. These two have such a strong relationship. I really don't know why they've gotten into such a bad fight.
Honestly, I'm personally not into flashy things like this, but she bought it for me, so I've definitely got to wear it proudly. It's fun to parade around, too.
You like Take that much, huh?
Of course. She's my favorite person in the world. The more Miho and Aya flaunted their mutual affection, the more confused Ron was about why they would even fight in the first place. Why fight?
Honestly, I'm starting to think the topic of their fight was over something completely trivial at this point.
Honestly, real.
Yeah, very fair guess. Alright, I'm gonna keep investigating now. Try not to slack off too hard. Alright?
I'm gonna slack off even harder just because. Excuse you, I'm not slacking off, I'm hard at work composing new songs. Ron could only shrug at that, and left the music room. Ron arrived at the classroom. Nobody was present except for her at that moment. She headed right to Ann's desk and sat down at her seat. Then she laid down on the desk and took a deep inhalation.
Nope, smells nothing like her. Are you trying to sniff on? The case this time doesn't seem to be all that complex at all. Seems like it should be easy to reach the truth.
Is this a regular occurrence you did back in high school? Ron raised her head, supporting it with one arm as she looked toward the blank blackboard.
It also feels like there's not really any clues. Maybe I should see if there is any recall points in the notebook.
Blood, 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 blood.
All right, let's begin the recall.
Huh? Special recall. Oh. After showering and meeting with Yorino, who is still preparing food. There's no doubt that Koizumi was killed in the dorms deep in the night. Ron decided to remain near the scene of the crime during this time, hoping to be able to find some valuable clues. Sigh. Ooh.
What kind of weird recall point is... What's the point of this? Let's give it a shot, I guess.
Alright.
Alright, and was there a recall point for when Koizumi said she had something to tell us?
I believe so. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. I forgot. I'm currently in the midst of recall. Ibuki?
Yorino, are you still preparing food?
Yeah, I remember there being like a branch point we can recall to. Specifically related to going to meet Yorino. Going to meet Koizumi. Yeah, just finished washing everything. Now I've got to prepare some of the more labor-intensive stuff. There's 8 mouths to feed now after all, so it's going to take a bit more time.
There's a lot. You should offer to help Yorino wash some of the vegetables or something for this.
Forget about me. What's up with you? Did you get into a fight? Oh, this is after the Miho bath scene.
Oops, looks like they heard me. I must have been too loud. Yeah, I guess so. When Miho said that she suspected schizophrenia.
Yeah.
I'll go apologize to Take.
Good girl. Oh. Well, I just noticed
Thanks, sis.
Yeah. I just noticed Ron also has the eye on her uniform jacket.
All right, matching with On.
Yeah. So On's in the red of this place. Ron is still in gold. Curious.
What does this mean?
What does this mean? I was gonna say I could use the catchphrase of my favorite lore YouTuber and say, "Well, we will keep this in mind."
Why do you even bother to ask if you already overheard it all? So annoying. Blech.
Pat. Yeah. So I smiled and rubbed Ron's soggy hair with her hand before returning to the kitchen. Ron followed her into the kitchen as well.
What am I up to now?
What is it?
You can at least wash vegetables. Let me help out.
Sure turned helpful right after I praised you for being a good girl, huh? So that's how Miss Sakura does it. So I rummaged around in the drawers underneath the sink for a while until she dug out a pair of plastic gloves. Wear these while you're working so you don't hurt your hands.
Thanks.
Determined. Ron put on the gloves and started washing the vegetables awkwardly, so I had to give her instructions from time to time. Ooh.
Arno-san, Ibuki-san.
Miho. Miho had finished showering and come to the kitchen as well. She was clearly avoiding direct eye contact with Ron and stayed on Sai's side of the kitchen.
You need help out?
Sure. We're out of gloves, though.
That's fine.
With the three of them working together, they washed off the whole mountain of raw ingredients quickly. After that, they cleaned up the kitchen and had a few more words of conversation before heading up the stairs as a group to return to each of their own rooms. Just then, Asakura left her room and headed down the stairs. Oh, hey. 3 of you all in the same place. What a party.
Asakura, where are you going so late at night? You're not gonna murder again, are you?
Nowhere. Just going out for a breather. Been kinda awkward with Indo lately, so I decided I'd opt for a bit of avoidance. Oh, really? Yesterday when I saw you two together in your room, it seemed like you two were getting along great. Sakura smiled and waved her hand lazily, passing the 3 girls and exiting the dormitory building without answering Sai.
Oh, Asakura went down the stairs yesterday. You didn't hear her mention it, though?
So Asakura was out of the building. After Asakura left, the 3 of them went upstairs and returned to their own rooms.
Ends here, and I thought the point of this recall point was to allow me to see Koizumi-sensei again. I didn't even run into her going downstairs to shower at all. Not to mention, it's weird that we ran into Asakura. Now I've got even more questions.
Yeah, that's all we've got. Exploration recall. Investigation recall. We also have this branch recall. I would say, can we recall this? And let's say, do we want to try recalling this and see if we've met the conditions?
Sounds right.
Whee! Unlock conditions not met. Well, bollocks.
Bill? The fact that it just says conditions not met implies that it's not just a stats thing.
Yeah. Oh. Did I accidentally turn on? Alright. The light sound of breathing came from the other end of the phone, followed by Koizumi's response in a cheerful voice.
Okay, I'm sorry for bothering you, Ibuki-san.
After Ron hung up, Ann closed it immediately. What did Hinata say? Ooh.
She says she wanted to meet up with me after dinner, but as soon as I think about what happened between me and her in the past, I start feeling like I don't know how I can possibly face her. Miss Sakura, what should I do? Can I make up for my mistakes with Koizumi-sensei? With the present Koizumi?
I'm currently the Mr. Recall. Ann herself wished she had an answer for that hardball question that Ron had just tossed at her. You don't need to rush. There's still plenty of time. Ron nodded. Whether it was right or wrong, it was Ann's suggestion, and that alone was enough to let her trust in it without hesitation.
Simp. Okay, I'll try that, I guess.
Then that'll be it for now. I've got my language class tomorrow, and I'd like to head back and prepare for it.
Okay, see you at dinner in a bit then, Miss Sakura.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Ron. Lunchtime turned out the same as yesterday. The atmosphere was a bit glum, and it seemed that Sai's attempt to liven up the mood with that lavish lunch hadn't had much success. Sai, you must have worked really hard to prepare this many dishes for us. Please, you should really ask the rest of us to help out when we can. It's fine. This is my job.
The food is wonderful, Yorino-san.
Tama. You're not bad at cooking either, Indo. We're about evenly matched on this front.
Oh, looks like the atmosphere did improve just a bit, but...
Ron looked toward Asakura's empty seat. Huh.
No, Asakura's missing. Is she not coming down for breakfast?
Tama noticeably startled a bit when her name was called and stuttered for a few moments before answering.
I don't know. I sent her a text, but she hasn't replied.
Can't believe even you can lose track of Asakura once in a blue moon. Forget her. I'll whip something up for her personally once she turns up. Tama nodded and continued eating, though her movements had slowed significantly compared to just prior.
Miss Sakura, do you want to discuss the case together like we did last time?
Sure, that's fine. Hold up. Wait a minute. Side jump scare. Oh no. Popping out of nowhere, Sai interrupted the conversation between Ron and Ann. She even draped an arm over Ron's shoulder as she spoke. Sakura, could you loan me Ibuki for a bit? There's something in the swimming pool I need her help with.
But, no, I want to be together with Miss Sakura.
Wait, what? Did I topic not update? Oh, I hope my topic hook updated. Twitch claims it's Morgan Monday, yet no Morgan, no Monday. Curious. It is women.
No, not seeing Morgan Monday here.
That is very oh, okay. Curious. I was going to say, I thought I had updated. I definitely updated. I literally just watched it change. Wild. Twitch is live correcting you, Dark. Resistance is futile. You're coming with me to help clean up the pool.
But cleaning up the pool? No, it sounds exhausting. Do that yourself.
All right, I'll be taking her now.
Tyranny.
Ann nodded and waved farewell to Ron as she struggled in vain against Sai's abduction. Cruel, mean tree. Kidnapping me from my wife. Sai told Ron to stay at the edge of the pool and not to go anywhere while she retrieved a plastic box for the changing room. Ooh?
Oh, well, what's this?
You'll know in a moment. Next, Sai got a transparent cup and scooped up some of the water with it before getting a pH test strip out of the box and placing it into the cup. Ron watched as the paper slowly turned deep blue and nodded. Wowie, that water is just so blue. Oh.
Very alkaline. Maybe around 9 or 10 if I had to guess.
Yeah, just about. I'd say 9. Anyway, we need to lower it a bit. Most swimming pools have a pH of 7 or 7.5 or so. Deep blue real. I want you to know that I'm deciding to re-listen to a song I haven't physically heard since I was in high school, but had the lyrics burned into my brain for the past 15 years. Help me. Oh no.
Oh.
Triggered a deeply ingrained memory.
That's good. Yeah, how are we gonna do that?
Yeah, I knew that you'd immediately be interested in this sort of thing. We're gonna throw you in it because you're so basic. So I got a bag out of the plastic box and handed it to Ron before pointing at the other end of the pool. This is disinfectant powder. Go sprinkle it in the water at that end, and I'll start from this end. Try to shake it out evenly.
And here I thought we were gonna drain the water and then go down and manually scrub the pool.
That'd be way too much effort. No need for it this time. Once we toss in the disinfectant, it'll kill the bugs and germs and stuff, and then we can drain the water underground to filter and cycle it.
Underground filtering? What's all this?
There's a machine under the swimming pool that'll filter out contaminants in the water. After that, all I have to do is pour in the pH adjustment solution, and everything will be okay after that. Is something bad gonna happen?
What does this have to do with the murder?
Yeah, is something bad gonna happen here? Winter's almost here. Once it freezes over, we won't be able to use the swimming pool, so we'll wait for the ice to melt in the spring, before we drain the water down there and scrub the pool.
I see. You already thought there was no way to scrub the pool without draining all the water.
Well, this time our primary goal is to clean the water in the pool, not the pool itself. Anyway, that's enough blabbering. Let's get started. Sai gave Ron a nudge in the butt with one knee to prompt her to get to work. In response, Ron turned and made a silly face at Sai before jogging off to the other end of the pool with the disinfectant. Holding a plastic bucket full of disinfectant in one hand, Ron used the large plastic ladle in her other hand to sprinkle the powder over the pool. Because Sai told her that she had to spread it evenly, Ron was forced to take her time, so the disinfectant could spread through each and every drop of water. All of them.
Last time I had to do something this mindlessly repetitive, I was at the delusory crossroads, I think.
Oh.
But here it's just like when I'm showering, I can calm down and contemplate other things, such as Miss Sakura.
Such as, yeah, correct. That's the only answer. Such as cliffhanger, though. Such as Miss Sakura. Such as Miss Sakura. I love you, Miss Sakura. We need to find out, what is the delusory crossroads? An anomalous phenomenon situated within the city of Najaf. Getting lost within local graveyards in the city will cause one to unconsciously enter an altered space. The altered space contains endlessly repeating crossroad intersections, as well as large numbers of regularly positioned coffins. Each coffin has someone's name inscribed upon it, along with their dates of birth and death. By entering and falling asleep within a coffin, one can speak with the person whose name is written on that coffin within their dreams. However, when they wake, they will completely lose the memory of the dream. Those who enter the delusory crossroads by accident must find a coffin without a name and carve their own name, date of birth, and the date they enter the crossroads upon it. Then they must enter and fall asleep within that coffin.
Hang on. You remember how Ron woke up here?
In a box, like underneath
Hello?
the school. They do this. They will awaken at the last place where they fell asleep. Ron Ibuki once sought out the coffin of a certain person here. Details lost due to memory loss, and laid herself within that person's coffin, using the notebook to record their conversation. Afterwards, she scratched the existing name off a different coffin and scratched her own personal details into that coffin to secure her escape from the delusory crossroads. You might be right. That might literally be how they wound up here. Just with... I was gonna say, it did feel like it was less like a front opening coffin and more like a top opening coffin. Like she definitely opened up a ceiling hatch and emerged in the floor of the school. But it is very similar. That's also a really wild hazard, though. What if they got the Dark Souls gender coffin here?
What is the gender coffin?
I was gonna say you're more familiar with Dark Souls than I. What have you encountered the gender coffin?
I have not.
Oh no. Okay. Cliffhanger resolved. Other things such as... Cliffhanger not resolved. Ron continued her mechanical movements as she passed one of the corners of the pool.
Such as the situation with Koizumi-sensei and Asakura. It seems now like all the students in this school have some kind of connection to me. They have some kind of place in my life, one way or another.
You climb in the coffin and it transits your gender. Hell yeah, that's awesome. That's all there is to it. Good for them.
But when I first came here, I didn't have any memory of them, and despite that, I didn't notice any dissonance. Even though I'd forgotten Koizumi-sensei, I didn't see any inexplicabilities appear in my memories of high school. It's like all my memories were changed from person A and I went to eat hamburger to just, I went to eat hamburger by myself. Despite the clear difference, as a self-consistent snippet of memory, there's no problem at all. Only the involvement of the other person was redacted.
Thoroughly self-censored memories here. Very curious. What's up, gamers? What's up, Meganaut?
Oh, hi, Mega!
Hey.
That's my buddy Mega from RPG Maker.
Ooh.
So, can I assume that the being who tossed me here wanted me to regain my memories of everybody here?
Ron continued spreading disinfectant as she looked up toward the sky.
From my standpoint, it seems kind of pointless, but I don't need to guess at their goals. I just need to do what I'm supposed to do. Rather, a more interesting theory presents itself to me now. If my redacted memories don't leave me feeling any dissonance, then is it possible that I had a companion while I was going through anomalies like the Red Ruins or the Delusory Crossroads?
Oh. Interesting.
Now you're thinking with amnesia.
Yeah. Hello, it is me, the RPG Maker guy. Yes, you're most welcome here, Mega.
Even though I'm sure that I was strong enough to do whatever was necessary to find Miss Sakura by myself, it's still possible that perhaps...
Ron threw out another spoonful of disinfectant. But this time the powder kicked up stark black ripples when it made contact with the surface of the pool, as the Ron had tossed a spoonful of the night sky to the pool.
Hey, is that supposed to happen?
This is unique.
Huh.
Ron bent over and stared intently at the patch of water, waiting for the water to return to normal after the ripples settled. In hesitant disbelief, she tossed out another spoonful of water. Another spoonful of powder. This time, though, the surface of the water displayed nothing but out of the ordinary.
What's going on? Is there something off about this patch of water?
This game might not be made in RPG Maker, Mega, but we might have just found a glitched tile.
Can't be. I went into the water during a recall before, and nothing weird happened back then.
Glitched water. What happened? Ron set down the plastic bucket. She took a knee at the pool's edge and reached out toward the surface of the water. Hey, don't move. Side grabbed onto Ron's wrist and halted her.
Hang on, is this another normal thing that happens at the school, like the murders?
Just glitched water. What do you think you're doing? You just scattered all that disinfectant into the pool. Reach and touch it now, you'll burn the skin on your hands.
And that's the biggest problem?
Ron nodded and pulled her hand back. Understandable. Have a good day.
Was I just seeing things? If it burns skin now, how are you going to swim from now on?
It'll be fine once the disinfectant's fully dissolved into the water. They filtered it out and rebalanced the pH. You tired yourself out or something? Feel free to leave the rest to me if you want to take a break.
Thank you, Ane-chan. No, I just stopped because I thought the color of the water looked a bit off.
Alright, let's keep at it then. Good big sis. Good Ane-chan. Just worried about Ron. Please don't drink the burning water.
It was probably just a hallucination. Let's not think too hard about it. I'll cheer myself up by thinking about Miss Sakura instead.
Foolproof. Scattering disinfectant over the pool proved to be much more arduous chore than Ron had imagined. By the time that Sai had announced that they could pack it in, Ron felt like her arms had dislocated themselves. Letting her arms dangle loosely from her shoulders, Ron stumbled over to Sai. I'm about to go activate the filter machine. You want to come with?
How long's it gonna take?
Drink the forbidden water. It's probably going to run all the way until just before dinner.
Forget it, I'm out, I'm exhausted.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, metal alchemist.
I am so tired. As Ron looked forward to spending some alone time with Ann, she quickly headed back to the dorms. Then she noticed Tama standing at the door, looking this way and that with a nervous expression.
What's going on? Noticed me.
Exclamation point. Scampering toward Ron like a Pokemon trainer. The same Pokemon Red jingle. Do. As Tama ran toward her, Ron subconsciously put her hands out with her palms facing up. To her surprise, Tama really did put her tiny little hands through Ron's palms like a little puppy doing the shake hands trick. Ah!
Mute. Ibuki-san, please hurry. Take-san and Toyama-san are having arguments in the kitchen. Koizumi-san and Asakura-san aren't around and I don't know what to do.
Oh no.
What about Miss Sakura? She's around, isn't she?
Oh.
Sakura-san's trying to break it up, but it doesn't look like it's working. Please hurry and help. What do those two think they're doing, causing trouble for Miss Sakura like that?
Your divorce is hurting my relationship.
Or their relationship counselor only to protect Sakura.
Yes. It's like her superpower. When Miss Sakura is threatened, she just powers up. Ron released Tama's hands quickly, and quickly ran into the dorm building. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she heard Miho shouting at the top of her lungs.
Can you not be so childish?
Aya, on the other hand, sat on a chair with her legs folded, not even sparing a glance toward Miho. Her expression was full of displeasure. Ann stood between the two of them, helplessly repeating, "Let's not fight, let's sit down and talk it out properly," over and over.
Miss Sakura?
Ron was more concerned with the bewildered expression on Ann's face than she was with the spat itself.
Understandable. Ibuki-san?
Spotted. Miho rushed over and seized Ron's wrists.
We're leaving.
No. Stolen
what
from Miss
Sakura. What do you mean we?
Stolen from Miss Sakura again. Oh, all right. Absconded again. Miho dragged Ron up the stairs to the second floor and then into their room. Miho slammed the door shut behind them and fell into one of the chairs.
What are you even doing? Nothing. I was just using you as an excuse to get out of there. You came just in time.
Ron pulled up a chair next to Miho's chair and sat down.
Oh, at least this means you're going to finally spill the beans about why exactly you two are fighting, right?
Yeah, no.
Her reason for fighting would sound quite mundane to an outsider, so I don't want to talk about it. You two are really making a lot of trouble for everyone else at this point, though.
And by everyone, I mean Miss Sakura.
It's fine. I'll figure out a way to deal with it. This is a problem between you and Toyama. I'm pretty sure that you trying to figure something out just by yourself isn't going to be sufficient.
Miho wanted to contradict Ron, but she found she had nothing to say.
Let's talk about it later. No.
Ooh. That's a new expression. Ron is done with this. Ron leaned over the table, reached out, and grabbed Miho's shoulder.
And Sakura came out to try to mediate between you two herself, but neither of you paid any attention to her. You've made quite a lot of trouble for Miss Sakura.
Miho shrank back a little, just like she did in the classroom when the newly arrived Ron Ibuki had forcefully demanded that she reveal the name of the victim.
I need to do something about your problem quickly, so that Miss Sakura can be freed of the me free of the need to worry about the two of you.
Priorities. Even though Ron
I'm
said it.
divorce or die.
Even though Ron said it in a reproaching tone of voice, the words she said immediately made Miho seem to relax.
Oh, you really are terrible at showing your concern for others. Is this called being tsundere?
You two have fun with the game. See ya. We'll see ya, Mega. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping
Oh,
by.
thanks for coming. You and Anna are both good people, and I don't want to cause any more trouble for the two of you.
Ron sat back down and shook her head.
Any goodness I possess is entirely the result of Miss Sakura's influence on me. Oh no.
We know this to be untrue, I would argue.
Yeah, she's a sweet girl.
Yeah. I feel like Miho softened up because she just saw right through this. I'm here to defend Miss Sakura's honor. And Miho's meanwhile thinking just, "Aw, she does care."
Anyways, just give me a little time. Once I prepare myself, I promise I'll tell you about it.
So anyway, Koizumi-sensei's dead.
Alright, let me know after dinner then.
New recall. All right.
I'm concerned about the situation at the dorms, but I also want to visit Indo. Because she is so cute.
Correct. Tama? Oh, all right. We've that's literally it. We've got the dorms and we've got Tama. So we can check in on probably Aya and An and Sai coming back and wondering what the fuck she was missing. She missed out on. Do we want to go see Tama?
Reducing her Miss Sakura.
Yes.
What's the reliance?
Yes.
Lessening her intake.
Yeah. Tama. That's that was an adorably precious image that I need fan art of yesterday.
Yes.
Ron unconsciously holds her hands out, and Tama unconsciously links them up like a puppy shaking. Okay. When Ron returned to the first floor of the dormitory, she didn't see Tama anywhere, so she headed right for the library. Unsurprisingly, that was exactly where she found Tama. Turns out when Tama gets anxious, she goes right back to writing letters to Asakura.
Aww. Miki-san, how did the situation with Take-san and the rest turn out? Well, they've calmed down more or less, but the situation still hasn't been resolved.
Tama nodded, rubbing her hands up against each other incessantly. Also really curious that I have to wonder what the cause of the argument is if, like, Miho was the one arguing so passionately, but took the first chance she could get to get out of the argument. Is Miho in the wrong? I guess is what I'm saying.
Imagine if Miho dies before she can tell us.
Oh no! Oh no! Double
Ain't
murder.
no rule that you can only commit one murder.
Double murder under the sky. True, true.
Was there a rule and I forgot about it?
Rule? No, I don't think so. I think it's just tradition. Tama nodded, rubbing her hands against each other incessantly. Rub, 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 rub.
I wanted to stay there, but I didn't know what to say, and all I could do was watch helplessly.
Oh, mood, Tama.
After that, Yoro-san came back, and once Sakura-san explained everything to her, she told me that I didn't need to wait around there.
Oh.
Yorino was worried that Indo would feel awkward just standing there, huh? Yeah, Yorino was right. And I was almost done with my letter anyway, so I came to the library.
Oh. Tama picked up a stack of letter paper and handed it to Ron.
Could you take a look at it for me, Ibuki-san?
Oh.
Wait, why are you making me read your letters? I thought they were for Asakura.
Proofreading.
I've written my feelings, questions, and thoughts down in here. just like in Notes from Underground. Asakura-san's very smart, so when she's finished reading these, she'll surely be able to give me an answer and convey to me her thoughts as well. Is this a confession?
Surely. Surely.
And all of these things I'm trying to express reflect Asakura-san's presence in my life as well. Okay, but that makes me more confused why you want me to read them then. I was able to find the resolve to write these because you helped me, Ibuki-san.
Oh.
And not to mention, the letter is yet incomplete. I feel that it's still missing something very important. I can't come to a decisive conclusion from the contents of my letter, so I'd like you to offer some suggestions, Ibuki-san.
Oh. Ron nodded and began looking through the pages. The contents were very close to what she'd expected. Ron might be able to offer a decent suggestion or two, as long as she doesn't have Miss Sakura on the brain.
She's always going to compare it to Miss Sakura, though, isn't it?
True.
Isn't she?
True. She can't get Miss Sakura completely off of the letter. Was packed with abstruse philosophy. After seeing Notes from Underground, she figured Tama would have written something like this.
Oh, I'm absolute garbage with this stuff. Oh, mood?
Oh, mood.
Sorry, no, I can't really give you much in the way of advice here. But it looks pretty complete content-wise as far as I can tell. If you need to distill it to some kind of thesis, I think you might have to rely on your own thinking. What is the central thesis of your love letter?
Yes. Side experience where Ron Ibuki goes to the intelligible realm and meets with a bunch of dead philosophers.
I can't help you here.
Tama shook her head and took the letter back.
It's fine, Ibuki-san. You've already helped me a lot just by saying that. Thank you.
Abstruse means difficult to understand and obscure, which makes sense, but I've never actually heard that word before. It makes perfect sense in context, but...
Dinner time's almost here. You should bring your letter and come back with me. Speaking of which, just where has Asakura run off to?
Please, I really hope that we're not on, like, a bloody annihilation route because we didn't answer Koizumi Sensei's request. Ending. Oh no. Ominous music, oh no.
Is it just me or is it something seriously wrong with this situation?
Socrates just casually giving you romance advice is a very funny image in my head. Honestly, that would happen. Even when it was time for dinner, Asakura's seat still remained empty. What happened to Asakura?
I want Spamton to give me romance advice.
Oh god. For the low, low price of $19.99.
Asakura-san, I don't know where she's gone. She still hasn't replied to my texts. It's been some time since I've seen her as well.
Do you think she's been murdered? I know.
But don't we already have Koizumi as the victim? Why would there be more murders after that?
Plot twist: Koizumi didn't roll victim.
Oh, you know, just for fun. Not to mention that I was suspicious that Asakura was the culprit anyway. Twice in a row.
Oh no. Hey, twice.
Well, in theory, the culprit is allowed to kill people other than the designated victim.
Ah, okay.
Like if the culprit were obstructed or just wanted to make the case even more complex. Of course, if they get exposed before they even get to their designated victim, then it's 0 points for their keeping points.
You get a good grade in murder. Makoto could still be alive. She's in a situation like what Ron and Hinata encountered before. That'd be quite unfortunate. We should go look for her.
Miss Sakura is right, as always. Let's go looking. Dinner can wait till afterwards.
Miss Sakura says so we go. The students paired up and started searching all over the school for Makoto Asakura. Except Miho and Aya, who would normally be inseparable from each other, had split up this time, with Miho partnering with Sai and Aya partnering with Tama. Ron and Ann, on the other hand, went together to the schoolhouse to search for Asakura. Ron just immediately clings to Ann and says, No one else is taking me from Ann today. No one else.
This Ann was made for me.
This Ann was made for me, and me alone. I have been cucked twice today so far. No more. Even though the lights were on in the hallways, it was still quite dark. Ron and Ann intertwined their fingers and stuck very close to each other. Cute. Are you afraid of the dark, Ron?
Yes, a little bit.
Come on, gang, let's split up and look for clues.
Really, it's other things I'm afraid of.
But if it makes Miss Sakura hold my hand tighter, then yes, I am. The two of them slowly advanced, calling out Asakura's name as they walked. Soon they reached the damaged stairwell that Ron had discovered previously. Oh, this.
Miss Sakura, do you know when exactly these stairs broke out? We couldn't explore them before since our alacrity was too low.
Right.
And now our alacrity is still too low. The situation's now very different from before. And disregarding the other students, perhaps Miss Sakura, who shares certain peculiarities with me, can tell something useful.
That's okay. Miss Sakura has all of the stats. Yeah, it was when we just arrived at this school. Wanted to visit the second floor to see what was up there. Makoto was at the very front when suddenly the stairs just completely collapsed. Because Makoto was really tall, she didn't trip. Even when she lost her footing, she just sort of stood there in the pit in astonishment. At the time, we all found it hilarious.
That's it?
That's it? Nothing ominous?
And the second floor, what was there?
We're not really sure. We've never tried going up again. Mostly because there's no use for the upstairs. The school is very old in many places, and there are visible signs of decay. We were worried that the other stairs were suffering from similar issues, so out of safety concerns we didn't make any other attempts. But the rooms we frequently use are all in very good shape. Only the places we almost never go seem old and dilapidated. I nearly said a very different word there.
Oh, I never noticed. Would it really be that simple? If I'd known, I would have asked Indo directly and saved myself a lot of speculation.
We've only shown you around to the most commonly used areas, after all. After Ann finished speaking, the phone in Ron's pocket began to vibrate, echoing slightly in the hallways. She unlocked it and looked at the message from Tama.
Ooh!
Oh no.
Ibuki-san, we found Asakura-san's corpse near the swimming pool.
Sai?
Yeah, the immediate suspect is Sai, isn't it?
Miho and Aya illuminated Makoto Asakura's corpse with a flashlight while Tama sat next to her with dull eyes.
Oh, Tama.
Oh. So, Asakura was actually into this case. Did Asakura try and confront Sai first?
You don't think she did a self-die just for kicks, right?
I hope not. Oh.
Oh.
Sai was in the water, pushing Asakura's corpse toward the edge of the pool and was about to start lifting her out.
At first glance, it looks like she drowned, but there's no froth around her mouth or nose. Did Yorino wipe it off?
Ron only took a single glance at the corpse before quickly walking to Tama's side and kneeling down to place a hand on her shoulder.
Indo, are you okay?
Tama turned her head but didn't speak. Ron had to wave her hand in front of her a few times before she suddenly took a deep breath, blinked, and began to speak.
You're here, Ibuki-san. Once we found the corpse in the water, Yorino changed into her swimsuit and went down to get her out. Initially, there was some kind of white foam on Asakura-san's face for some reason. Yorino-san helped wipe it off of her.
Tama's
Wipe it off for her.
Tama's testimony added to the court record.
You know, you don't need to tell me about all that yet. I'm asking, are you okay? I'm fine.
Everything's fine, dog, but it's just Tama. It's just Tama smiling. Everything's fine, Ibuki-san. Tama
She
stood
loves
up.
to be normal.
Tama stood up and took a few steps back, and Ron followed her to a place slightly further away from the edge of the pool.
I was expecting you to have started bawling or something, honestly.
Honestly.
She will never be bawling.
Yeah. Tama smiled in embarrassment and nodded. I think Tama deserves a bit of some cool basketball shoes. I want Tama to ball.
Yeah. That's probably what would have happened before, but not anymore. After talking it out with Asakura-san, we each changed in ways greater than I could have imagined. And the most important thing is that after I saw Asakura-san's corpse, I had a sudden revelation. I wanted to write a letter that conveys my thoughts and feelings to Asakura-san, but I couldn't come up with a thesis that I was satisfied with. Now I found it. What? The conclusion I needed to find was one about the concept of reliance, the source of meaning in life, as well as the reason why the young mistress taught me my letters in the first place.
Music has stopped. Tama stared directly in front of her as she spoke dryly, as though she was reading what she'd written down in her draft, word for word. Oh. Memory trigger. Memory trigger. The concept of reliance. Very curious. After Tama finished speaking, Ron suddenly lost her balance and fell to her left side. She instinctively reached for and grabbed Tama's shoulder as the massive headache brought her to a knee. I wasn't expecting...
Tama, are you our grandma?
I wasn't expecting Tama reveal.
In the middle of an investigation.
A double investigation.
Ibuki-dan, what's wrong?
We were supposed to be solving a divorce. Now we have a second body and Tama reveal. Hearing Tama's cries, Ann, who'd been standing by the pool, rushed over as well. She knelt at Ran's side and softly stroked her back. Ron. Your recall point.
What do you mean conditions,
not met?
What?
Oh boy.
That's our second one. Did we mess up somewhere with the event flags?
The specific, like, we have to recall before that and visit people in certain places and times.
Maybe. It can't be from not hanging out with Tama enough. We've hung out with her a lot.
Right. Out Tama Indo's mem. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, we can't do this, so, yep, we've got our second branch point.
We are going to get a bad ending.
Oh boy.
I guess we gotta get back there after we, activate certain flags?
Yeah, I guess, gotta go see her at certain points when we, I'm kind of excited. It is. If we're on the bad ending track, I'm kind of excited.
I don't know why my head hurts so much.
Ron lowered her hand from Tama's shoulder for fear that Ron would hurt her.
It must be that I've almost managed to recover my memories regarding Indo, but
every time we fail a check, someone else dies. Just annihilation end.
Oh no! Miss Sakura. My stats aren't high enough, Miss Sakura.
Ann knelt on the ground and held Ron's hand tight. I didn't get my social links up high enough.
But I'm just slightly short of the mark. If only I understood Indo a bit better, then maybe I could remember it.
Have we?
Is this a hint that we need to go through all of her free time events up to this point?
Or just more Tama when we have the chance to Tama?
Yes?
Like, I wonder, do you remember if we hung out with Koizumi at any point since her memory reveal?
I don't believe so. Do you think maybe that's what locked her trying to talk to us?
I think that's my theory.
Hmm.
That's my theory. There was that one obvious point, I think, right before that when we didn't. I still vote we play this out and see how bad it gets.
My head didn't hurt nearly this much with either Koizumi Sensei or Asakura, so why is it that this time?
Ron, I'll bring you back to the dorms to rest. Plot twist, it's not Ron's grandmother, it's Ann's grandmother.
Oh, our grandma-in-law.
Oh,
The corpse.
I can't believe our grandma-in-law is so cute. Shit, I gave Tama a rose rather than a lily. You know that rose gives more friendship points. Let Miho and the others handle it. You look terrible right now. Ann helped Ron stand up, and the two of them leaned on each other as they headed toward the dorms. Ron laid on the bed, her brain still in total disarray. After Ann helped tuck Ron in, she sat at the bedside table and combed her hand through Ron's hair. Does it still hurt? I can wait with you until you fall asleep if you want.
You're still so good to me, Miss Sakura. Even if your personality's so different from how it used to be. We keep hearing that, but she doesn't elaborate on what her personality used to be.
Right. Oh, then between the current me and the past me, which one do you like more?
I like them both.
They're both Miss Sakura. They both smell like Miss Sakura. Ann had clearly predicted that Ron would say that and continued. My personality has changed and my memories are completely different. Other than looking like the same Ann looking the same as the Ann you liked, she and I share no similarities.
I mean, she can't say that for certain, can she?
True, Are you saying that you only loved Ann for the way she looked? Oh.
Of course I love the way you look, Miss Sakura, but not just that.
Ron's voice tapered down a bit into a tiny whisper.
I like being together with you and doing all kinds of things with you, and I like the feeling of being taken care of by you, Miss Sakura.
Geez, baby. Ann's strokes of Ron's hair slowed down a bit. She took a long time to respond.
Miss Sakura?
It's nothing. Sleep tight. Ann swept her hand down Ron's face, closing Ron's eyes. Good night. Miss Sakura commands it. I sleep.
Our theory was that the Miss Sakura in this school is one of the avatars
Whoa.
of that eye thing, right? Oh, it's time for the eye thing?
Hey, Ronnie Gooby. The sound of rumbling stars approached the room once more, so I immediately took control of Ron's body and sat her upright. I've warned you several times not to disturb Ron Ibuki again. The fact that I don't know how exactly you and this school are connected is the only reason that I haven't. Hey!
My life is like unto a candle's last vestiges, flickering in the wind. But Ron Ibuki can find me a path to survival.
Like a candle in the wind. Something, something, candle. Hearing this, I tilted my head and peered at the countless stellar bodies behind it. Their revolutions accelerated and decelerated at uneven intervals. It seemed to imply some kind of disorder. Cosmic being disorder.
What does this mean?
You're about to die. It didn't answer me. From what I could tell, its external appearance and the sounds of its stellar revolutions hadn't changed at all. Perhaps it had long ago entered a state where it was merely waiting to die. Was that why the school seemed so dilapidated? Was that related to its impending demise?
If Ron Ibuki remains in this place, my existence will be prolonged.
I don't care if you live or die, and I'm sure Ron Ibuki would say the same thing. Don't try to use a reason like that to make Ron stay here.
She's right, but she doesn't have to say it like that.
Right. But Ann was here. If Ron wasn't able to depart with her, How would she choose?
And if Ron Ibuki chose to dwell here in perpetuity, how would you respond?
What does the whole murder cycle thing feed this fella? In some shape or form. It was as though it had guessed what I was thinking and presented me with a question I was already contemplating. Ron Ibuki ought to do as she wants. On a fundamental level, there is no such thing as any choice for me to make. I placed her hand on her chest and felt her steady heartbeat. I belong to her. It began shifting its massive body as though it were preparing to depart. This was its shortest visit to Ron's room yet. It had already achieved its goals. I cannot
detect any signs from you that your life is nearing its end. Why do you say that you're close to your demise?
If Ron
Ibuki departs this place, the answer to the query will be self-evident. If Ron Ibuki remains in this place, the query itself will lose all meaning.
You speak in riddles. Don't want to give you a straight answer, then just say that. What's the point of standing here just to say all this mysterious nonsense to me? Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
The sound of revolving stars gradually grew distant, and after the door quietly closed, I sat on the side of the bed and awaited the disappearance of the sounds for good. Oh, it's in the log here. If Ron Ibuki departs this place, the answer to the query will be self-evident. If Ron leaves, you'll understand why I'm dying. If Ron remains, I won't die. Okay. Suppose the takeaway here is that if Ron stays, their existence is prolonged.
Does this add more credence to this on being that creature thing?
Distinct from the normal on.
Yeah.
The normal on.
Different from the on of our memories.
Yeah.
They're trying to imitate her in some form.
And the normal on also trying to distinguish herself from the on of Ron's memories. On of Ron's memories, who Ron wants to recover and leave with. But Amnesia on clearly wants to distinguish herself as separate from the Ron, the on of Ron's memories. But rhyming is killing me. Yeah, I think it does. I think you're right. It adds some credence to. And if Amnesia on is trying to distinguish herself from the on that Ron wants to recover and leave with, maybe this on doesn't want to leave, and if on wants to stay, and this thing wants to stay because it doesn't want to die. If it leaves, it dies. If Ron leaves, it dies. So if Ron leaves with this on, then this on is going to die when she leaves.
Yeah.
And that feels like a bad ending. That feels like a bad ending incoming, so.
Yes, we'll dream forever.
Oh, yeah. Dreaming forever, but at least Miss Sakura's here. It's so better than the eclipse worms. The eclipse caterpillars. After confirming that it wouldn't return, I laid back down in bed and hugged her shoulders. Just what choice will you make, Ron? No matter what, though, I'll always protect you. Good night, Ron Ibuki. Oh. A stinging headache pulled Ron from her dreams. She opened her eyes and quietly moaned.
How come my head hurts so much even after waking up?
Oh.
Good morning, Ibuki-san. New notes?
Ron saw Miho sitting by the side of her bed and momentarily startled before realizing.
Oh, probably just saying that there's been a second murder.
Ah, yeah, true. I can still check real quick. Next. Asakura. Back. Yeah, Take. Trying to let me know she cared. Kind of her. Change bit by bit, too. Are these changes what I wanted to see in her? Even if I has chosen to compromise, I still think that the present is far more important than some nebulous future. What? I has chosen to compromise? I missed something. Did we update the scene before we actually got the scene?
Probably.
Oops. Menu. Get me out. Get me out. Okay. Momentary stop before realizing.
Alright, my current roommate is Take.
Ron sat up and took a deep breath, feeling that her headache would soon dissipate.
Right, how is Asakura's corpse? He didn't find anything special. No additional external injuries. The cause of death was most likely drowning. Didn't cut the corpse open to check? And no, even if we did, we wouldn't know what to check in the first place. We are literally high schoolers. Do you have any ideas? Probably a better idea to focus on the first case. With Asakura, there's really not much.
Miyotake suddenly shut her eyes and pressed her face in closely to Ron's. Ron quickly shrank away in response.
Nani?
I have seen you naked.
We're sweating this much on a day as cold as this? Miho, there are normal ways to take someone's temperature.
Headbutt. Bonk. Hearing that, Ron immediately lifted her arms and gave her own body a throw, sniffing. The last thing she wanted to do was drive on away. No, Miss Sakura, I am stinky.
Clearly I don't actually smell at all. Don't scare me like that, Take.
Mio stood up, revealing a rare, playful smile on her face.
You didn't have a chance to shower after you got back last night, didn't you? There's nobody in the bathroom right now. Want to go? Sure. Miho shower scene.
Yeah.
I could use an opportunity to think over recent events properly by myself.
By myself. She huddled up in the corner. Miho was also there. Shower transition. Ron didn't make a habit of showering in the morning, but she had plenty of intimate memories of having done so before. Because it definitely meant that she and Ann had done something exhausting together on the previous night, leaving the two of them too excited to even shower and forcing them to wait till the next day to wash the fatigue of their bodies.
Something exhausting, you say?
Math homework.
Because it's been a long time since I've wondered just what the fundamental nature of this school is, ever since I started integrating myself into the school life.
Ron leaned against the walls of the bathtub as the hot water lapped up and down over her collarbone. She found that letting it rise to that position was most comfortable for her.
This is probably also related to how I've been regaining my memories. The interactions with Koizumi-sensei and Asakura feel completely different from before.
There it is, the they don't call them time loops because they're straight game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're so right, Ivy.
There are still a few people whose memories I haven't reclaimed yet. I wonder what their relationships with me might have been.
Understandable. Ron intertwined her fingers tightly under the water. She let out a long shout.
Okay, let me redo that. I hope they're not like Koizumi-sensei, where I've done something to them that I can't make amends for. I really couldn't take it if that were the case.
Ron flapped her arms under the surface of the water, raising currents that knocked against her body.
Cute. A note of integrating into them. Another part of it is that, consciously or not, I've started to enjoy playing this deduction game with them, haven't I? Even though Miss Sakura influenced me to enjoy logic games like this, at the start I was still trying to figure out how to make them stop committing such acts. You can't. Girlie's gotta have fun.
Right.
And once Indo's corpse appeared, All those thoughts seem to have evaporated. My whole brain became preoccupied with figuring out how Indo was killed.
Also, conveniently, we had Miss Sakura to investigate with. If that's the term, that's the switch, then yeah, we had Miss Sakura. We were tailing with to investigate with the whole way, pretty much. Ron plunged her face into the bathwater and spoke in burbles. Get your burble voice on.
Recalls are being more flexible than usual, too. After all, they're usually not such an effective tool most of the time. Oh?
Ron lifted her face and brushed her soggy bangs to one side.
No matter what, memories have to be an important part of this, whether it's Miss Sakura's memories or the others' memories. Let's solve the case first, and then try to get all the remaining memories back.
We've missed the
So
key
bad end first, and then good end.
Yes. Because we missed a key point with Tama. Oh, speaking of...
Ibuki-san? Indo, what is it? Sorry for interrupting. Could we wash together? Is Tama the killer? Why is Indo coming in to wash up now? Sure, no problem.
Ron had originally thought that Tama would need some time to change out of her clothes before entering, and that she could use this time to prepare herself mentally, but she hadn't expected that Tama would just immediately pull the door open and barge right in, already fully Damn, Tama.
Why does that remind me of Asakura asking if she can come in, well, already having fully prepared on the assumption that I'd say yes?
Bold of her. After Tama entered, the first thing she did was bow lightly toward Ron. That sight made Ron a bit nervous, and she subconsciously shifted her gaze away.
My apologies for the disturbance.
Kicks down the door, barges in fully undressed. Bows slightly. I'm so sorry.
Do you come in here for morning showers often, Indo? So you come here often.
As Ron spoke, she swam to the edge of the bath, making room for her in advance.
Oh, not usually. After I figured out what to write last night, I pulled an all-nighter at the dorms and finished it in one go.
Oh, good job. Thomas smiled awkwardly from under the shower head.
It's convenient since Asakura-san isn't present for the moment, so I wouldn't impact anyone else by working overnight.
Oh. As the fragrant and warm water showered onto Tama's skin, a drop of water slid from her shoulders to her heels. Ron couldn't help but trace the path of that drop of water a single time with her eyes.
And then I went right to bed without washing. How about you, Ibuki-san? Huh? Oh, pretty much the same for me. I turned in early because of my headache. How do you feel now? Has it gotten better? Yeah, it's much better.
Tama smiled with sincerity and nodded. After Tama finished washing the suds off herself and immersed herself in the bath, she turned to face Ron.
Would you like me to scrub your back for you, Ibuki-san? Yeah, she doesn't have to ask.
Yes, even though this was a suggestion that almost couldn't be refused. Ron Ibuki still waved it off.
Resisting her desires.
had to make a really high roll to resist that.
Forget it, I've already finished washing up. Oh, your letter's done? When Asakura-san returns, I'll show it to her. Let's work hard together after this, Ibuki-san, so we can bring Asakura-san back sooner.
Ron Ibuki rose with a nod and stepped out of the bathtub. Tama's eyes widened as she stared, and Ron was pretty sure she knew where she was looking.
Leave it to me. Still haven't managed to regain my memories of Indo. Let's look for the culprit on one hand while trying to get my memories back on the other. We have different dialogue here if we remembered her.
Almost assuredly. After showering, Ron arrived at the dining room in a cheerful mood. Sai had already prepared breakfast, and the rest of the classmates had already taken their seats and were waiting for the food to be served. Ron, does your head still hurt?
If I say yes, will you kiss it better? It's all better thanks to you, Miss Sakura.
Ron said so as she took her seat next to Ann. I didn't do anything, though.
It was Miss Sakura who brought me back to the dorms after all.
Yeah, about that. How come you collapsed again? It was downright weird not to have you around to do your pretentious analysis thing after we trawled the corpse out of the pool. While Sai was making fun of Ron, she set down a bowl of dumpling soup in front of Ron.
Oh, the school even has something like this? I used to love this dish when I was a kid.
Gonna call it night and have fun, y'all? Hey, sleep well, Doc. Have
Sister
fun.
Theory.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Sister Theory. Yeah? There's still plenty. Want more, let me know. I'll get you another bowl.
It's alright, one bowl's enough.
Ron picked up the vinegar bottle on the table and added some to the soup, but her hand suddenly shook as she dumped way too much vinegar into her bowl. The pungent scent of acidic vinegar spread. Wrinkling her brow, she shook her head and tried to dispel it, but the sour smell suddenly gave her a flash of inspiration.
Wait, Asakura's corpse was... Okay, come with me to the morgue in a moment. I want to check Asakura's corpse again. Sure, no problem. I can go anytime. Miss Sakura, would you like to come as well? As a date? And also Miho's there?
Say, double date? Sure. Are you really going to be able to drink that, though? Ron lowered her head, seeing the spreading vinegar slowly tinge her bowl of soup a dark shade.
It's fine, I'm used to being sour after all. She made a joke?
The silence that fell over the dining room gave Ron's spontaneous joke a unanimous score of 0 points. We laughed, Ron. We love you.
So, cut here, right? Right, both the trachea and the esophagus.
Wearing a pair of antimicrobial gloves, Miho made a Y-shaped incision into Asakura's chest cavity. Following Ron's instructions, he found the part of the trachea that connected to the lungs.
Can't quite get a good view at this angle. One moment.
Autopsy mode, activate. Oh, noises! Miho used the back of her hand to push against the muscles around the trachea. She held the trachea with her fingers, while she used her other hand to slowly cut the tube open for the scalpel. Oh, thank you for the vivid descriptions. Next to her, Ron stuck her head in here and there, not wanting to miss a single detail of Miho's autopsy. Ron, do you enjoy watching people cut up corpses?
Of course not, Miss Sakura. Using my cough for good. I just think it's a good idea to observe in depth when an opportunity like this presents itself. I've encountered corpses before this, but the more knowledge one has on this sort of thing, the better, right?
Real. Ron nodded, seemingly accepting Ron's statement.
We can look, the incision is complete.
Good job. Mia let out a breath and almost let herself wipe off the sweat on her brow with her hand.
Thanks for the hard work.
Ron sucked up some of the lingering fluid inside the windpipe with a pipette and transferred it to a pH test paper.
Let's wait a moment for that to resolve. Okay, next up, try making an incision in the esophagus. You don't need to cut the whole thing, an incision somewhere around the neck will be fine. Are you checking to make sure there's fluid inside of her lungs?
If there's fluid if there's pool juice inside the lungs. How
I'll give it a try.
How acidic is it? How alkaline is it?
Right, then we can estimate the time of death.
Yeah. Or at least see how far along in the cycle, the filter cycle of the pool. She went in. Miho took a deep breath and then buried herself in the dissection of Asakura's body once again. Ron, why are you testing the pH value?
We are geniuses. Because yesterday when I went to disinfect the pool with Yorino, we adjusted the pH of the pool. By testing the pH of the water that flowed into Asakura's windpipe as she drowned, we can figure out exactly when she drowned.
Ron spilled vinegar in her soup and had a House MD big brain moment.
Yeah.
More rat bites. I see. But there must be plenty of blood mixed up in it as well by now. Is testing still possible?
I think so. The pH value of blood is pretty close to the pool's post-adjustment value. Whereas before adjustment, the pool's pH was 9. The difference is quite significant.
Ooh. Oh. Green. The pH test strip slowly turned deep green, making the answer self-evident. Wow, it really did change color. And here I was wondering if the redness of the blood might interfere with the color-changing properties of the test paper.
Oh, he mostly pipetted some water just now. And if you really have to test the pH of blood, you can. It's just that in that case, you would want to use a glass rod to pick up a very small amount of it.
That's fair.
All right. The esophageal incision's done too, Ibuki. Ibuki's done.
I was gonna say it's a shame that Dark went to bed. Dark went to bed because they'd love that. They'd love this discussion.
Mhm.
Ron repeated the same procedure. The pH of the fluid for the esophagus was the same as the sample she'd taken for the trachea.
You can be doubly certain of it now. Asakura definitely drowned before Yorino and I went to disinfect the pool. The body must have been hidden somewhere before it was thrown into the pool.
Huh.
There's still a lot of strange things about Asakura's case, though. Firstly, why did the culprit kill her? Did Asakura discover a key clue, or was Koizumi's death a distraction and Asakura was the actual target all along? What do you think, Miss Sakura?
Ann looked at the two colored pH test papers before opening her mouth. Did the culprit know that disinfecting the pool would change its pH value? It's not obvious why they bothered to move the corpse out of the water before tossing the corpse right back in after.
It's just changing the time of discovery, right?
Right. Drowned, pulled out, thrown back in. Thrown back in some point while the pool was cycling and still disinfecting, so that's where the froth came from?
To make a false alibi?
Yeah. Which only makes me more suspicious of Sai, because why did you do this now? Why decide to do this?
If it matches the pool water prior to disinfecting, then they could have used a different water source, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that she was drowned before the pool was disinfected. They could have used a basin or anything like that.
I don't know. Well,
I
guess it's not impossible, but it's just feels like a key point that the pH lines up with the pH of the pool water when Sai and Ron tested it. I feel like that's the connection we're meant to make here.
Yeah. Are we overthinking this? What do you think, Don?
What?
Okay, do you have any thoughts?
Is that a good...
That's a lot of water.
Miho was standing blankly next to the sink, washing her hands. The sound of flowing water had been going on for quite some time.
They drowned her at the sink.
You see, that sound effect was ridiculously loud in my ears.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering if you were, like, doing dishes in the background.
Yes, actually. I'm going to bump that down a little bit. The sound of flowing water had been blaring in our ears for quite some time now.
Okay. Ibuki's done?
Miho gave a small start as she came back to her senses and shut the faucet.
Anything the matter? Do I need to make another incision? Now, what's up with you spacing out like that?
Miho wiped her hands dry and took her place beside the two again.
I know, thinking about the situation with Toyama? No.
Miho's retort had yet to leave her lips before she closed her mouth and nodded.
But there's no point to thinking about it. This problem can't be solved.
Speak your problems to Miss Sakura. She's my therapist.
Looks like I'm gonna have to put the case on hold for a bit again. Relationship counselor time.
That's
It's because neither of you have actually tried to solve the problem, have you? Miss Sakura and I are both here. You ought to take the opportunity to have a proper chat with us about it.
Miho nodded and turned to cover Asakura's exposed chest cavity with a cloth before continuing. On the autopsy table. Alright.
Telling you two about it is probably the most effective thing I can do, since the problem that I and I are having probably exists between you two as well. Ridiculous. I would never get in a fight with Miss Sakura. Our relationship is perfect. No notes.
Perfect. Flawless. End of story.
How impressive of you.
Even if I don't have many of my memories of previous interactions with Ron, I'll still try my best to help.
Ibuki-san, in your relationship with Ann before, were you the one who confessed to her? Wait, hold on a second. The reason you were arguing with Aya has something to do with your romantic... What else would it be? That's right. That's why I said it was the kind of issue that outsiders would consider negligible. That's how most relationship issues are. For the people involved, it's the biggest deal ever, but I'm sure an observer would call the whole thing ridiculous and pointless.
Oh, that smile. Wistful.
Would others consider my feelings for Miss Sakura to be strange as well?
That's a much
No,
different
I'm
question.
normal, actually.
That's a much different question by comparison, Ron.
Yeah. But I couldn't possibly express the love I hold for Miss Sakura without being so fervent.
It's so normal of me. So real.
Sure, then. I was the one who confessed at the time. Yeah, that makes sense. And you decided the opportunity to confess had arrived because you felt like the relationship between you had developed to an acceptable point, right? Did Aya propose marriage and that's why they're fighting?
Oh.
I wouldn't really call it an opportunity. A confession is a way of making a promise to both sides of a relationship once both sides' feelings have built to an appropriate level.
Which is also really curious because Aya's the one who seemed to be, actively looking toward the future.
Mm-hmm.
And yet Aya's the one who seems to be balking. Miho's the one who's actively looking forward to the future. And yet Miho's also seems to be actively balking from this argument.
Directly confessing to someone that you think you like is nothing more than just gambling on your luck, right? As for me, at the time, someone said something to me that inspired the courage in me I needed to confess to Miss Sakura.
Oh?
Just who said that thing to me, and what did they say? I've forgotten even something that significant to me. It was Miho, wasn't it?
Oh.
So someone else encouraged you to confess to Ann?
I still think Miho was the Ron's
Actual
therapist.
therapist.
Yeah.
But Ron does seem like someone to ask her therapist for relationship advice. Sure, I guess, but at the time I was already deeply in love with Miss Sakura. It was just that I was too afraid to imagine what it'd be like to be in an actual relationship with Miss Sakura, so I kept putting it off.
Was I really scary before?
Honestly, it kind of sounds like that.
Yeah.
Of course not. It was just that I felt like I couldn't live up to you, Miss Sakura.
Ann Sakura looked like she was trying to imagine what kind of herself she must have been before. She shook her head and turned to Miho.
And then, what was the cause of your argument with Aya, Miho?
Oh.
When we graduated from middle school, Aya confessed to me, saying she wanted to be in a relationship with me, and I turned her down.
Oh no. At that moment, Ron felt like the only way she could express her shock adequately was if her eyes popped right out of their sockets.
Wait, so you just make out as homies? You're not actually dating right now?
just gals being pals, you know.
Of course not. We walked in on you making... I literally saw you two making out that time in the kitchen. Ina was there too that time.
Miho's face went pale white and her eyes widened.
You and Tama both saw it?
You did not hide it very well.
Well, we didn't actually see it, but it wasn't hard to guess from the way you reacted. I get angry every time this topic comes up. The more Aya acts like this, the worse we fight.
Miho said, bitingly as she gently clenched her hands into fists.
Well, you can probably guess why I'm so surprised right now. So, why did you turn her down? I do have a good relationship with her. I've known her since elementary, and her relationship is very close. We've held hands before and even kissed each other, as girls do.
Yeah, as girls do. Just girls being friends. Oh.
It seems to think we're basically already dating, but I don't agree. Elaborate.
Yes, please.
Okay, the more you talk, the more you're losing me. If this doesn't count as dating, what is it normal for you to make out with any random person on the street? Would that have fixed Asakura? Of course not. I do those things with Aya because I really do like her, but just like you said, before both sides confess to each other and make promises to each other, it doesn't count as proper dating.
We haven't signed the contract yet.
And I don't think the time is right, so we can't be together. I don't understand this.
But we can still make out a little bit because I like you, but...
Mixed messages, mixed messages.
They're all over the place with that. Ron was getting quite tired of this question and answer format. She hung on to Ann's arm and played idly with one of Ann's fingers as she thought, as though she was trying to while away the time. Miss Sakura, I declare thumb war.
So, what does "don't think time is right" mean? I joined a rock and roll band. I think it's rock and roll, at least. I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about the other members, but she looks like she's serious about it, and she really wants to continue on down this path.
Miho showed a rare smile of vulnerability. Reminded Ron of herself. She had a special set of expressions like that, too, reserved exclusively for discussing Ann, not to appear in any other circumstance.
I want to support her dream and give everything I can to help her. The road Aya wants to take is a very hard one, so I have to be behind her to support her all the way.
That's the future you're looking
As girls do.
As girls do. As friends who make out a little bit occasionally.
I know for a fact that I will spend the rest of my life's journey by her side. Girl!
Platonic why? As totally platonically.
I want to shake her. But we're both women. But we're both girls. And I have to support a musical journey, which means I have to become capable of supporting a home for the both of us.
Ann nodded silently. It seemed she agreed with Miho's thoughts.
Oh, but it's not a burden to me, or rather, the fact that I only need to shoulder such a tiny burden as this to be with the person I love is enough to make me deeply grateful already. Kei's definitely going to grow up to become someone incredible. With her confidence, surely she and Toyama will be able to live a wonderful life together.
I'm still shaking her, though.
But I still don't get why you have to reject her right now. It does sound like you are already dating.
Right. I kind of understand, Ron. If I were in the same situation as Miho, I'd probably choose rejection as well.
Is this like a Japan thing or a China thing? What? Impossible. Miss Sakura couldn't possibly reject me.
Never, ever. Even though she did. She did very briefly, but... Miss Sakura? Reject me? Never.
Okay, hurry up and tell me why you're rejecting Toyama.
I need to confirm with myself that this would never happen with Miss Sakura.
I figured that Ann would share my opinion while you would agree with Aya's.
Right?
You're setting us to proxy war.
Oh.
If I accepted her confession, then we'd already be a couple, even without me needing to do anything, without even having started to work hard to make our shared future or her dreams come true. So Miho only wants to date with the intention of marriage. I'm afraid that this would weaken me and make me incapable of sustaining our lifestyle.
Huh.
That is very future-minded.
Yeah. aggressively future-minded.
It's just a high school romance, isn't it? It's not so bad as all that. Right? What are you worried it'll impact your grades?
I need to secure my future. I need that picket house. Picket house?
Is it like financial insecurity?
Ron thought she was being fairly ridiculous, but Miho's expression was serious. I have to support her. I have to become capable of supporting a home for the both of us. We would already be a couple even without me needing to do anything, without me even having started to work hard to make her Yeah, I guess.
He's worried that if they start going steady right now, then she'll get complacent?
That has to be it. Get complacent, lost in the rockstar sauce, and would no longer stand on her own aside of Aya. I am completely spitballing there.
I think Miho doesn't have a lot of confidence in herself in that case.
Yeah.
I do, in fact, think it's very important. I have to focus all of my efforts in order to be able to achieve a societal position that can guarantee that Aya and I can live the way that we want to live, despite being in a same-sex relationship. It's really responsible.
Yeah, that's a whole other kind of insecurity. Well, understandable.
A high schooler shouldn't have to think about this.
Yeah.
For this, I'm even willing to temporarily sever our relationship up until I have the power to back up the promises I want to make to her and be together with her again. And what is your relationship right now? You're getting on pretty well, aren't you? So you can't date, but you can be best friends with each other? What kind of logic is that?
Ron squeezed Dawn's hand, hoping to win some support from her lover. I can understand, Miho. Any relationship between two people is a long journey to embark on. Sometimes sacrificing time spent together in the present to win a longer future together is the right thing to do. We can't let ourselves be attracted only to the beautiful things right in front of us. AKA, we shouldn't immediately go to Miss Sakura's side during free time.
But I want us to be together right now. I'm so deeply in love that I couldn't bear to spend a second apart from you. You sound exactly like Aya.
Real. Ron spoke her next words rather unhappily.
And that just means that's how much Toyama loves you too. You love her as well, so just be together already. You know what? No, I'm definitely going to speak up for Toyama's sake. I'm going back and telling her your thoughts. It's no good. I'll never accept it. That's exactly what I want, for her to not accept it, and then for you to apologize to her, and then make up with her, and then make out with her.
Same vein.
Same brain. Miss Sakura, please take Take back to the dormitory. Once I'm done chatting with Toyama, I'll bring her right back. But what if you bring her to me and we start fighting again? It's fine, both me and Miss Sakura will be here.
After speaking, Ron let go of Ann's arms, draping her hands over Ann's shoulders.
Also, don't worry, Miss Sakura. When I confessed to you in the past, you accepted instantly, so there's absolutely nothing that could come between us.
Nothing whatsoever. Really
We're
true.
so normal, Miss Sakura.
Ann Sakura nodded her head witlessly. Looked like she wanted to say, once again, that she and the person that Ron remembered weren't the same person. I'm sure I'll accept your confession then. Oh. But she would try to get closer to being that person. Yeah. Ron hurriedly pushed open the music room's door. Aya was strumming some chords with a guitar pick. When she saw Ron rush in, she held the guitar strings down with her hand, and the sound soon faded away. What's with the rush?
Toyama, Take told me.
Ron was about to tell Aya what Miho had said, so that she and Aya could work together against Miho. She suddenly remembered, though, that Miho had said that Ron's reaction had been very similar to Aya's.
Take must have already spoken her mind to Toyama. I believe I didn't realize something so simple. In fact, that's probably the foundation on which they had an argument at all in the first place.
Then Aya's stance is that I don't care about that future stuff. I love you.
Mhm.
Ed's alive, now here to witness women. Oh. Welcome back. You missed, Miho's... How do I even describe that? Absurdly future-minded outlook on relationships.
Yeah, it turns out that even though she and Aya are making out on the regular, they're not actually going steady.
Right, it's...
Miho doesn't want to make it official until she's got a stable, very high-class career so that no one can criticize her for being gay.
Yeah. So that's the part that makes me go, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's we're not officially dating until I'm bringing in enough income to support the both of us, and got enough clout to where we can just be together without worrying about the world around us. God, that's so much weight to put on your shoulders in high school.
Yeah, she's too young for this.
Yeah.
But again, they do still make out on the reg.
That just happens.
Mixed messages.
Oh yeah, we got the mixed messages all around. Okay, so Ron standing there awkwardly. I, on the other hand, laughed as she shifted a bit and patted the empty spot next to her. I've written a new song recently, Ron-chan. Why don't you give it a listen?
Sure.
Ron sat down next to her and noticed that she was holding a wooden guitar. Actually, I only got the inspiration for this song after I met you, so how's that?
Hi, is there something about me that inspires creativity?
I shrugged. I don't know. That's why they call it inspiration, I guess. I set down the guitar pick and plucked the strings with her bare hand, as her other hand fingered the chords. Ooh. A soothing melody flowed from Aya's fingertips, and Ron whispered quiet praise for Aya's skillful hands. Alongside it came the familiar sense of dizziness. Memory time.
This song is... Oh, are we getting a flashback now?
Oh, do not branch gate me again.
You've heard it before. It's...
Do not branch gate me again. No! Oh, Ooh, okay.
Both of them at once.
All right. We are going to... Yeah, let's do it, right? Memories?
Yes.
Everything before Ron began to twist and distort before finally fading out into infinite darkness. We're gonna get the divorcees' memories. Miho Take and Aya Toyama met each other at elementary school and were inseparable up until they had their fight in middle school. They were each clearly aware that their preference was for the others of the same gender and buried their feelings deep in their hearts. After separation, Miho sealed away her feelings for Aya and concluded her time in high school with an excellent performance that guaranteed her a full ride to Tokyo University's School of Public Policy.
Ooh.
In contrast, Aya attended her hometown's high school, where she developed the habit of skipping classes. She spent more time staring at music sheets than she did at textbooks. In contrast to her steadily declining grades, the size of the audience at each of her band's performances only increased.
Oh, she did it.
Whenever the furious music ceased, Aya's longing for Miho grew by the day in the lonely silence. Pining. Finally, the year that Miho was to graduate from college, Aya arrived at the doorstep of Tokyo University, carrying her guitar and her luggage on her back. Through a face full of tears, she congratulated Miho on graduating. Two of them, who had been apart for 7 years, rediscovered their love for each other in an instant and settled together in Tokyo.
Aww.
Oh. In the 5 years after that, Miho took a job in finance. She rose through the ranks at an astonishing rate, fulfilled the promise that she'd made to the two of them, to guarantee them a happy future together.
They did it!
They did it!
What happened to them?
Aya's band lifestyle, on the other hand, wasn't working out too well. She was stuck doing on and off late-night gigs at local bars, or filling in time slots whenever a more renowned band failed to show for a concert. Two of them shared a stable and happy life together. Oh? Until a variable appeared one day to change their lives. But it wasn't a change for the worse. Much to the contrary, it actually brought even greater happiness into their lives. So they made it even past college. Or is this just looking at their
Where's the drop?
future? Oh, we know this.
Huh?
Miho's uncle had a daughter who suffered from severe schizophrenia. Miho's uncle.
Oh, right, the relative that Miho mentioned before.
Yeah.
All right, I was worried this was going to surprise turn out to be Ron. That was the cousin she meant.
Yeah. Miho's uncle had a daughter who suffered from serious schizophrenia. Miho very rarely saw her cousin, who was 3 years older than her. Miho only ever got the chance to speak to her once at a family gathering. While Miho was in high school, her cousin ran away from home and was never heard from again. All that Miho remembered of her was her exaggerated expressions and the way she'd once rubbed Miho's hair as she told Miho, "You're a real goody two-shoes," with a laugh. And when Miho had almost completely forgotten those memories as well, she received a text from her cousin requesting a meeting. Miho and Aya, who had been living together for many years at that point, arrived together at the destination point. They'd met Miho's cousin, as well as a little girl standing next to her, incessantly wiping tears off her own face. In conversation, Miho's cousin explained it to her that she'd met a rich entrepreneur from abroad. The two had fallen in love and decided to elope. After Miho's cousin had given birth to a child, it turned out that her wildly alternating moods and the fact that she cared for little more than hedonistic indulgence had led her to start thinking that perhaps she could give the child to someone else for adoption. And they were parents! She knew that Miho's lifestyle was materially secure and that Miho had no intentions of getting married. She hoped that Miho could adopt her daughter. Miho, quite reasonably, exploded in fury on the spot, fiercely berating her cousin for not being willing to take responsibility for a child she gave birth to herself. But Miho's cousin wasn't particularly bothered by Miho's anger. He said that she knew that Miho was a very good person, and that the more she yelled, the more proof it was that she'd take good care of Miho's niece. And so, though Miho's cousin said that they could name the child under Miho's cousin said that they could name the child under their family name as well, Miho insisted on retaining her cousin's family name, hoping that, this way, Miho's niece could retain some semblance of a familial connection to her biological mother, one's family name. So Miho took her cousin's family name, and the last
Man.
And so Miho took her cousin's family name, and the last character off of her niece's original name, and named the child Ron Ibuki.
Okay, wrote myself off too early.
Yeah, here we are. Ron Ibuki had unfortunately inherited her mother's schizophrenia, and being thrown away to a foreign nation by her mother only added to her discomfort. Because of that, Ron spent almost every day alternating between mania and depression.
Yeah, I could imagine.
With patience unimaginable to most, the two of them slowly taught her Japanese, helped her get treatment for her illness, and oversaw her regimen of medications, and never, not even once, expressed disgust at her, or any sign of wanting to abandon her.
Oh!
Unlike Miho, who was busy with work most of the time, Aya mostly stayed at home, and thus had more opportunities to interact with Ron. Aya would frequently play music for Ron, and even write songs for her specifically. Soon, Ron was able to live amicably with her two new family members, and she even held the same love for them that they did for her, even if she still had trouble communicating with strangers. After coming home from school, she always insisted on hugging either Aya or Miho while crying. The two of them engaged with the school multiple times to try to improve Ron's situation, but to little effect. Ultimately, under their care, Ron's condition had improved by the time she entered high school. Even though her condition would worsen again later, by the time that happened, she would already have the one person who would forever be closest to her heart by her side.
Oh! This is so
Miss
sweet,
Sakura.
I'm going to cry.
Yeah.
Anyway, on time.
Yeah. Miyotake and Aya Toyama's relationship inspired a desire for the same within Ron. She was convinced that she herself could surely find both inspiration and the meaning of life from a similarly intimate relationship as well. Also explains why she's so insistent on just pushing them together. Just make up already.
Moms and Mom are fighting!
Mom and Mom are fighting! Help! Of course, who else could that relationship be with but Ann Sakura? Of course, who else?
Oh?
I've updated the profile. Ron has updated the profile.
Well,
that's interesting.
Very interesting.
What does this
I
mean?
haven't noticed before. Have we had alerts for both?
It's been I up to this point.
So Ron hasn't been writing me?
Interesting.
Hello.
Huh. Okay. Even Ron herself can't explain where these feelings originate. It sure is now. Miho Take considers adopting Ron Ibuki to be the best decision that she's ever made. Investing her accumulated wealth into raising Ron brought only greater meaning and satisfaction into her life, and helped Miho develop a deeper and stronger relationship with Aya than ever before.
I'm going to cry.
Oh, first person. Oh, the character notes are third person. The descriptions are first person.
Oh.
Let me just flip back. Whoa, wow. Oh wow. Hang on. We're gonna character notes are in third person. So that's what I am updating. The portraits are in first person.
Oh.
When they first adopted me, I was really worried that Miho would make me call her by the word mother, since I had some really bad associations with the word. Later, when I actually tried calling her that, she actually told me that she didn't want me to use that word for her. Because to do so would imply that I'd been thrown away by my original mother, which she said wasn't the case. I hadn't simply been thrown away, she'd said. My mother had just left me with her because she thought that Miho could offer me a better future. That was a lie, of course. I was quite aware that my mother had, in fact, simply thrown me away. But the way Miho had tried so hard to protect my feelings while telling me brought me even closer to her because it helped me understand how much she really cared about me. I love her.
Oh.
My heart. Oh, my heart. Aya. I was unwilling to let Miho be responsible for all of her expenses at first. After the two had multiple in-depth discussions about the future, though, she was able to let go of her feelings of inferiority and devote herself fully to her band and to Miho.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're a
sweetie.
spouse with a hobby.
Oh. I wonder just who was Aya Toyama to me? No matter what mistakes I made or what kind of tantrums I threw because of my illness, she never got mad at me or talked my ears off. Her go-to answer for cheering me up was to take me on a joyride. She wasn't all that familiar with relaxing songs. So what does that make her to me? A good friend? Older sister? Or maybe? I don't know, but I love her and Miho. Perhaps I was unable to find love with Miss Sakura because of their love for me.
That's so sweet.
Oh my gosh. Oh. This has been resolved.
She still calls them by their first names because they're not Mama.
Yeah.
Oh.
God, Miho started that, but gosh, that's really precious.
And nothing bad happened to them that entire flashback.
Nothing bad. Nothing bad.
Does that mean that they might still be waiting for Ron in reality?
Oh, I hope so.
Please.
I hope so. Aya Toyama's performance was still ongoing. The song she was playing was the exact one she'd composed for Ron back then. Immersed in her performance, she didn't notice that Ron next to her had covered her face with her hands and was quietly crying.
Me too.
Oh my gosh. We're all crying.
I can't believe that I forgot everything Miho and Aya did for me.
Ron's most crucial periods of development as a person were accompanied by the two of them. They were much closer to her than her birth mother was.
I can't believe that even the two of them had times when they argued. I've never seen the two of them fight at all.
We just lucked out that we came into their lives at the point in time when they were thoroughly well adjusted.
Oh. Their relationship was what showed me that two people who'd built a close bond could face any trouble head-on, so long as they were together. That's why I wanted to build a closer relationship with Miss Sakura in the first place. That was where I got the courage to confess to Miss Sakura as well from Miho. Oh!
Nodding the beat and tapping her feet to the rhythm, Aya started humming the song's refrain, so familiar to Ron. Ron, in sync with her beat, also began singing along with a trembling voice.
It's just like in my memory.
Let's leave it like that for now. Not bad, Ron-chan. You're able to hum along after just listening to it for a short while.
I am going to lose it.
Yes. Yes.
Aya always called me like that back in the day as well. I thought it was a strange form of dress, but now it suddenly seems much more endearing.
You've come to me to talk about the affair with Miho, right, Ron-chan? Ron surreptitiously rubbed her nose and sniffled a few times, trying to prevent Aya from noticing that she'd cried.
Right. What are your plans, Toyama? Take's told you how she feels, hasn't she?
Aya blinked a bit and set her guitar down on her lap. Miho told you?
Yeah, she told me and Miss Sakura.
Aya grimaced and stretched luxuriously, swinging her legs round a bit and tapping the tips of her toes together.
I remember that Miho used to tell Aya off for doing that all the time.
If she's told both you and Han, then she must be ready to put this state of affairs to an end. I'll listen to her. If she says we oughtn't date, then we won't date.
But I feel like she's talking absolute nonsense. What does she mean she can't date you? Dating doesn't change a thing.
Oh, I know. But Miho can be charmingly innocent sometimes. She's really credulous about certain things, and she needs a sense of rituality and formality in her life. But I have to support her. If that's the kind of environment she needs to do what she wants to do, then I'll listen to her.
Oh!
Miho. Miho. I displayed a kind of maturity consistent with the memories Ron had of her. It was a maturity that disguised itself under layers of merriness and frivolity.
They are perfect for each other.
Yeah, and Miho's got that sort of, innocent, almost immature, almost silly and immature side under her layer of maturity and scrupulousness. And Aya's got, the exact opposite. They're perfect foils. They're perfect for each other. I'm so happy for them.
But that way you're not gonna be able to date Take anymore.
For now. Well, there's nothing to do about that, right? It's only been a few days and I'm already going insane not being able to talk to her. Could you imagine if we kept having this argument on end for years? I stood up and...
Yeah, what if we lost contact for 7 years? Would that be messed up or what?
Yeah, that would be. I stood up and tucked her guitar away into its bag. Let's go. I'll go make up with Miho. And then maybe make out.
Alright, but Toyama, I don't think you need to worry. I think you two will have a very smooth future together waiting ahead of you. All I need to do is bear it for a bit.
7 years. Aya smiled. Oh, of course.
I'm
Yes.
so happy for them. We finally got a happy story.
Yeah. Yes. After Aya returned to the dorms, as soon as Aya saw Miho, she bounced over to take a hold of her hands and said a few words to her. Ron and Ann stood some distance away from them, so as not to disturb them. So, it looks like they've made up with each other. I think
so. I don't really feel like I did anything. I just sort of listened to them talk about it, and the situation resolved itself.
And then I remembered that they're my moms, and so I'm confident that they would. Oh.
One-san instead of Obata. Because that would make Miho sound old. Miho One-san and Aya don't need me to fuss over them. They wouldn't let go of each other even if the planet were to explode right now, I figure.
Really? I feel like you were quite helpful.
I am terrible at this kind of interpersonal stuff. This time it was just that they never even wanted to break up in the first place. Besides, compared to me, you're far more skilled at resolving these situations, Miss Sakura. You could resolve the whole world problems, that's what I feel.
Is the Miss Sakura you're talking about still a member of the human species like me?
Are you part of the human species?
Miss Sakura is a normal human being like you or me. Ron laughed.
Ah, you got such a sense of humor, Miss Sakura. That doesn't answer the question, Ron.
I wasn't making a joke?
But since their situation's been resolved, next up it's time to analyze the case. 2 women are dead. That's definitely something I'm half decent with.
Poor Koizumi Sensei's still been dead for days now.
She's still hanging around.
Honestly, down the street. The same old thing we did last week. Mm-hmm. Do you have any ideas?
Let's go to the observation deck. I want to do a bit of recall, and having you with me, Miss Sakura, will make me feel a bit secure.
I understand. Let's go then. I want to tell you about my moms.
So should we do a normal recall to, I don't know, get all of Tama's free time events, see if that unlocks it?
Yeah, we should. Ron took out her notebook and flipped through it, searching for a blank page. Ann stared at the flipping pages, seemingly enthralled. She reached out and stopped Ron's page flipping.
What is it, Miss Sakura?
Ann's fingers slid up and down the notebook's page, and it took her a long time before she answered. The texture feels so marvelous. It feels like I want to just keep on caressing it forever.
It's not made of skin.
I wish that was me. It should have been me.
You've gotten a bit addicted to touching it too, haven't you, Miss Sakura? I felt the same way the first time I touched the notebook. Is the notebook their third?
Oh. Ron thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to divulge the fact that she thought that the notebook's pages felt like Ann Sakura's skin.
Right, that's where the skin in joke came in.
Yeah.
Came from. The skin joke.
Yeah. Well, I'll stop distracting you. Let's start the recall. Let's save the game. Put that here.
Okay. After this, if you want to do any more caressing, Miss Sakura, feel free to anytime.
Oh, and you can caress the notebook too. Ron flipped to an empty page, pressed her hand to it, and let her blood seep out through her fingers. Blood, 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 blood. Doesn't it hurt, Ron?
It's fine. It doesn't leave a wound. The blood comes right out through osmosis, bypassing skin and blood vessels. That's real neato.
Wireless blood charging. How incredible. Ann placed her hand on the notebook as well. Ron's blood touched the tips of her fingers, but was soon sucked back into the notebook.
I don't know how the notebook works either. It's very mysterious.
I pay my tab in blood, and it helps me out with the handy-dandy recall. Eventually, the blood was all absorbed, and Ron pulled her hands back. Then she looked at Ann with a piteous expression.
Miss Sakura, under the state of recall, I will fall unconscious, and my body will enter a state of helplessness. Oh, can I use your thigh as a pillow for that duration?
Ann nodded, shuffling until her back was against the wall. Then she opened her arms. Go ahead.
Victory!
Ron grinned, laid herself down on Ann's thighs, and then hugged Ann's waist happily.
Miss Sakura smells so good and her thigh is so soft.
Ron pulled her legs in and hugged Ann tightly, even pressing her face to Ann's stomach.
Oh, Miss Sakura's waist is just like before, slender but ample and so comfortable to hug. Miss Sakura touched me. Ron, recall already.
Oh, okay. Ann laid her hand on Ron's head and caressed her over and over. What's the matter? I thought you were going to recall, weren't you? You seem to be entirely preoccupied with fondling me.
Well...
Bleh. Ron closed her eyes and threw her consciousness into the torrent of the recall.
All right,
Ooh.
let's begin the recall.
Dun, 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 dun.
Right, so those would be the exploration recalls if we want to talk to Tama.
They paid for time for dinner. Right, and yeah, we don't have an investigation recall for Asakura.
Hmm.
We have the branch. Oh, we got a branch recall here. So that has to pretty much confirm that it's free time events that trigger these. Thomas new mindset. To finding Koizumi's corpse. The tool room with Asakura. Oh, that's just a really far recall. Let's. There she is.
I originally wanted to find Asakura and borrow the tool room key to see if there were any clues. But I thought she'd just straight up kick the bucket after that. Let's try it out before she croaks.
Ron went to the morgue and told Asakura what she was thinking. Asakura nodded and agreed, and the two of them headed to the dorms together. So, Ibuki, what do you think about this case? Is it a homicide or a suicide?
God, I buy. Not sure, but if Koizumi didn't ask to borrow your key, then the chances of it being a homicide are higher. Otherwise, wouldn't it be weird to have to steal your key from you just to commit a suicide?
I would recommend that you not try to guess at the feelings of a suicidal person.
I don't know, if nothing else, Asakura is an appropriate person to hear that from.
Yeah.
So, were you still suicidal then? You were pretty pissed last time Indo brought you back from the dead, weren't you?
Dunno. At least for now, I still want to live.
Yeah,
Relatable.
that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, relatable. I feel that. Asakura reached out and turned the handle, opening the dormitory's front door. Who knows? Maybe I'll just decide to give suicide a shot again later. Try not to save me as such a time comes. Oh, thanks for being ominous.
If it weren't for the pH test, I'd probably be wondering whether Asakura drowned herself intentionally right now.
After the two of them entered the dorms, they saw the scene of Koizumi's suicide before them. Even though the corpse had already been carried away, there were still all kinds of traces left on the floor. Han waved at the two of them. Ron, Makoto, were there any other clues on the corpse?
Nothing. Koizumi's only wounds were those on her neck. We're getting ready to go grab the key to the tool room so we can check it out.
After Ron finished speaking, she followed Asakura up the stairs. They happened to run into Sai going down the stairs on the way. You two came back this quickly? Guess that makes sense. I took a look at the corpse on the way as well, and it doesn't look like there were any more clues left on it.
That's right, so we came to check out the tool room. The rope might have been taken from there.
Asakura checked out the tool room on her own, and then went out on her own. Intentionally went out on her own to, in her words, get away from Tama for a bit, give Tama space. Or get space from Tama. Sai nodded and stepped aside, and the two of them quickly climbed upstairs and entered Asakura and Tama's shared room. Asakura pulled open the drawer and took out the key. For some reason, she didn't immediately turn and head to the tool shed, but rather stayed in the same place and held the key for a bit.
What is it?
Nothing. Let's go. What did she know? What did she see?
What does she know?
Holding the key in her hand, Asakura left the room with Ron and headed to the tool room. Unfortunately, after the two of them unlocked the tool storage room, they found nothing worth mentioning. All they were able to do was confirm that the rope was used to hang Koizumi was the same kind as the rope used in the storage room.
Interesting. I've acquired an unexpected clue.
It's the clue that Asakura noticed something odd with the key.
Right, let's end the recall here.
End recall. Oh. It's a bit odd that we have to go back here to do that, but... Miss Sakura. Ron pulled free from the recall and immediately grabbed onto Ann's waist, mewing in discomfort. Ron, what's wrong?
Yeah. Nothing. This always happens after a recall.
Ron shivered all over and curled up into a ball, pulling Ann's jacket tightly against her body. Ann was unsure what to do. She didn't even know if she should touch Ron or not at a time like this. Ron, do you want me to give you a kiss?
Yes.
All Ann could think of was the action that Ron had repeatedly requested of her before.
Really? Yes, Miss Sakura?
Head hurty, please. Ron didn't even have the energy left in her to be excited. All she could do was express her request as loudly as she could. Ann bent down, picked up Ron's face up by the chin, and kissed her on the cheek.
Oh, just the cheek.
Oh, now you're well enough. Just the cheek.
But getting a kiss from Miss Sakura really did fix everything.
This is the way. This is the way. Ron wistfully sat up straight before immediately taking Ann's hand.
Just like before then, let's sort out the questions before we start reasoning.
Deduction time. But this time there's two cases. Do we want to handle them separately?
No need. What we want is to combine clues from both cases. Only like that will we be able to find the culprit. After all, we need to recount both of the murders to revive all the dead anyways.
Let's begin then.
We can't let one of them stay dead just as a joke.
Correct. Koizumi said we need to save Koizumi Sensei. We can't forget about Koizumi Sensei. Koizumi's hands. It's the same deal where we have to pick the relevant questions.
Yeah, I think the question of why move Asakura's corpse is the most pressing.
Alright, we'll start there.
Looks strange at first, but because we tested the pH value, the question's easily resolved. Okay, I'm Baka.
That's right. The killer wanted to obscure the time of death by moving the corpse. You were correct, though. After all, between the death and the body discovery, there were 2 whole meals when everyone was present. We decided to go search for Asakura as soon as we found she was missing at lunch. We'd have figured out her true time of death instantly. Right.
So the killer wanted to obscure the time of death by moving Asakura's corpse then.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Chris. It's definitely time to hydrate. We were due. After the tears we shed over our collective moms. Miho Onei-chan and Aya. Also Big Sis.
Yeah.
We love them.
They're so sweet and nothing bad happened to them.
Truly.
We have a happy love story here.
Yes. Post afraid of something terrible. Bootleg Magic Crab Team. Oh god.
Challenge accepted.
God, that means getting enough magic crabs to burn them to candles to spawn magic crabs.
It's okay,
infusions.
as long as I run the train a couple dozen times.
Fair and true. God, that's right. Like amass a whole box of astral traffic crabs just to farm magic crabs. Just running to Magic Crab with a team full of Magic Crabs. To say, they're you, but better. Get out.
That would be an excellent flex, though, wouldn't it?
Honestly. Okay, let's see. If I had to pick, I would. My pick. Why did Asakura go to the pool?
Mhm. No matter how you look at it, Asakura doesn't look like the type to go swimming. And the pH value of the fluid in her body confirms for us that she did in fact drown in the pool, rather than being drowned elsewhere and moved here.
Yep. Questions about the locations of the crime scene are always important. Let's note this one down.
So then the water elsewhere in the school isn't chlorinated?
Most likely not to the extent of the pool.
Huh.
Oh. Chris got to the 50th train car. I see where the idea came. I see where the idea came from now, Chris. Understandable.
Yeah.
All right. So,
was Koizumi the killer's target, you think?
ooh. I vote yes. This is a good question, though. Even though the two victims appeared this time, we can't simply conclude that the second victim was the true target of the killer.
Right, the killer could have killed Asakura to prevent her from finding some key clue. Which sounds like cheating to me.
Honestly.
Like saving the wild card for last in Uno. And whether or not Koizumi was the killer's target could help us decide the killer's future actions. If Koizumi was the primary target, then we'll have to prioritize Asakura's case. Since if the killer was forced to kill Asakura, there's a great possibility that she may have left a flaw there.
We can try thinking on this some more, yeah. Alright. So... who stole the keys to the tool storage room? That, okay, fair enough.
That's a pointless question, since it might as well be the same as asking who the culprit is. Understandable.
Yeah, understandable.
Of course we need to figure out who the culprit is, but not from the starting point of the key.
I think the assumption we got from that recall is that Asakura knows. At least Asakura realized something was up. And went to deal with it on her own. That's right. We have far too few clues about the key.
Let's scratch this one off.
Understandable. Alright.
Where was the rope used to hang Koizumi hidden?
Yeah.
There's not much point to this question. Okay.
Fair enough.
After the culprit acquired the rope, she would have hidden it somewhere on the first floor, ready for her to use. There's a lot of places to hide a rope on the first floor, and anybody could have had a chance to hide it. I need to consider this question further.
And why was Koizumi's hands so clean? This is a bit of a strange question.
Yes, but it's quite important. Koizumi's cause of death is very clear, because she only had strangulation marks on her neck, without any other external injuries.
Oh, right. That was one of the points we talked about back then, was no struggle marks. She was unconscious before she was hung.
Yeah, because even when it's suicide, the body instinctively tries to get what's at your throat away from you.
Right.
If she killed herself, she'd surely have subconsciously used her hands to clasp the rope, resulting in rope detritus being left behind under her fingernails. And also blood.
Also blood. Detritus is such a smooth word.
No matter how strong one's determination to commit suicide is, nobody can defy instinct. Every person who chooses suicide via hanging always leaves behind a corpse whose fingernails are distinctly marked.
The instinct thing is so real. That is legit.
Not to mention, it's rather unlikely that Koizumi had the resolve to kill herself in the first place.
I see. Even if we assume it was homicide, it doesn't explain why her fingers were so clean. There must be another clue in there.
Yes, given that the killer used the rope to strangle Koizumi, then so long as Koizumi was lucid, she surely would have grabbed at either the rope or the culprit's hands. Not only is there nothing of significance left under Koizumi's fingernails, I haven't seen any of our classmates with scratch marks either. We should think about this one for a while. Perhaps it'll point us right to the culprit.
Alrighty.
Well, this is it then. Let's begin the reasoning.
Let's begin the reasoning. Thinking time.
Alright, that's the questions. Let's begin deduction.
So I think my thought on how we want to approach this is if we can actually make it through this investigation in chapter 3, maybe we make a separate save and go back and try and branch point our way to those 2 choices we missed.
Yeah.
That seems like the point to rewind time at and bond with all our friends. Feels like the clues are all over the place this time. No idea what the results of our reasoning will be.
That's okay. No matter what results we come up with, we'll gain something from it. If we don't like the answer, we can go back looking for more clues.
Sure. Let's begin then.
First off, why were Koizumi's hands so clean?
Thinking, oh no, I'm not good at that. Join us, Chris. We will share the collective brain cell with you. So I think this is the obvious answer.
Yeah.
Do we concur? So you're saying that there's the possibility that the culprit first caused Koizumi to lose consciousness before hanging her to death?
Possibility exists, but no matter what, Koizumi must have been strangled by that rope while she was awake.
A lot of rope going around lately.
Since the back of her neck has significant abrasive marks as well, clearly indicating that the rope was bound very tightly to her neck and constantly abrading it at some point, not merely just tied to the neck.
So, because she has no other outer injuries, if she fainted, it must have been due to her being choked out.
Miss Sakura, has an incident of poisoning ever occurred in the school? Any incidents of pharmaceutical tranquilization count as well?
Never. There aren't any drugs in the nurse's office with lethal potential either.
I don't believe that even a little bit.
Aya once hurt herself in an accident, and before Miho patched her up, she looked all over the place for some painkillers or tranquilizers, but met with no success.
It was that bad to the point of needing tranquilizers? If you killed her instead and then brought her back, would that, heal that?
Instant tranquilized. Drew, if
you think they ever tried?
If you have a bad ouchie, and then you just get killed and revived, do you heal fully, or do you heal back to the state you were in when you died? Which would leave the bad ouchie. Yeah. Miho had to give Aya some stitches. But later on after that, Aya was killed and revived. Oh, okay. That answers that question then. That answers that question then. Okay, very good.
Good to know.
But later on after that, Aya was killed and revived, which got rid of the stitches and the scar entirely.
Oh, so even scarring's repaired then, I see.
Yeah.
But this also proves that, besides Koizumi having been strangled, no other methods for inducing unconsciousness without causing detectable injuries exist. The killer could only have used the rope while she was awake.
Motivational Ron poster. Exist. Wait, what? Incorrect?
Well, I guess we're considering both possibilities.
Oh, okay.
Or only exploring this one just to talk about how much it doesn't make sense.
Huh.
Oh. During recall, I helped Yorina wash some vegetables after I finished showering, and then she gave me a pair of gloves to do so with.
Was Koizumi helping Yorino wash vegetables?
She seemed like she'd be really helpful like that.
Yeah.
If Koizumi were wearing those gloves, their thickness would have been enough to guarantee that no traces would have been left on her fingers while she was struggling. And then the killer would have peeled them off.
Right. I had not even considered that.
Mislead them into thinking that Koizumi was unconscious?
Successfully. That did not even cross my mind. We saw that in the recall specifically, and that did not even click. Indeed, after Koizumi put on those gloves, even if she struggled, the only signs would have been left on the surface of those gloves, which could be restored to new with a simple wash.
More importantly, in the normal timeline, Asakura went down the stairs without encountering Koizumi at the time. It could very well be that she noticed the gloves. But you were no use while washing the vegetables, and combine that with the fact that Koizumi's hands were unblemished to deduce who the culprit was. Though I don't know how. And she might have even noticed something about the key to the tool storage room that led to the culprit to murder her.
Yeah. Second fact, I definitely believe, but first fact is still up in the air, in my eyes. So, going back to Koizumi, she might have put on some gloves because she wanted to help Yuno prepare food ingredients for the next day. Then the culprit decided to attack her at some point in time after this.
Or maybe during?
During, yeah.
Was Koizumi the target of the culprit?
I hope it's not the first one.
Now let's consider all of these.
Yuno did not try to kill us when we went there. Then again, Miho also showed up in that period of time. Oh, Nate-chan, you didn't kill Koizumi, did you?
She's allowed to.
Alright, well, we'll just go top down then.
Yeah. That one, we can't really start to guess about if it were the case, and it doesn't really have much bearing on the current deductions anyway.
Okay, very good. Well.
Was Asakura the real target?
Let's try it. I guess the point of the third question would be that if it was whoever pulled culprit pulled themselves, and as such could pick randomly.
Yeah, they're allowed to do that. If that were the case, then the culprit wouldn't have had reason to kill Koizumi. The dorms are relatively enclosed and small space. In such an environment, committing a meaningless murder would only raise the number of clues. Unless I'd know for enrichment.
Yeah. Well, this kind of thing happens a lot in detective novels, doesn't it? Even in a closed environment, the killer still keeps on murdering one after the other.
Do you enjoy reading detective novels, Miss Sakura?
Not particularly. I've read a few after I arrived here, mostly for educational purposes.
I used to love reading them. In fact, you were the one who influenced me to start reading detective novels myself. Aw. Speaking of which, has there ever been a pleasure killer in the school before? The kind that's not goal-oriented and just wants to kill everyone for the fun of it? Then would they be allowed to just recount the murder themselves and revive everyone again alone?
Oh, that would be
That would be nightmarish if they kept doing that.
Yeah, that'd be a really cruel loophole. Not at the moment, and I doubt in the future either. After all, this is just part of the curriculum. There's no reason anybody would do something like that.
Rationality is part of a pleasure serial murderer's modus operandi. But I agree it's not likely someone like that could show up in the school either. In conclusion, Asakura being the killer's target seems implausible.
Randomly.
Right. Koizumi only told you about taking a shower just before she went to take it, Miss Sakura. The rest of them couldn't have possibly known that Koizumi would go to shower by herself. So the culprit must have planned to kill the last straggler in the dorms and chose Koizumi by luck.
Which is to say, if Hinata had taken her shower together with someone, and the culprit might have settled on killing Makoto, or perhaps Sai instead.
That's right. But we both understand now, don't we, Miss Sakura?
Yes.
And finally, why would Asakura go to the pool? Well, if that's the question...
After reasoning the two previous questions out, the answer seems pretty self-evident, doesn't it?
There's still some issues. Asakura should have known who the culprit was by the time she went to meet the culprit at the pool. Or perhaps the culprit actively invited Asakura to the pool. If it was the former, then it's quite strange. Asakura could have simply pointed the culprit out in front of all of us after all. And if she wasn't certain by that point, it'd still have been too dangerous for her to simply meet the suspect alone. Counterpoint though, Asakura didn't really have much regard for her own life.
True.
If it was the latter, I don't know why Asakura would have agreed to the culprit's invitation. With all the clues she had, was she still not able to deduce the identity of the culprit?
In fact, I would call it a brazen disregard for her own life. I understand what you're thinking. The answer to the two previous questions point the culprit's identity to her. But Makoto's death is just too strange.
But if we can recite the murder process correctly, that plus the clues of the two cases is probably enough to pin down the culprit. Whether that's enough to revive Asakura, though... let her nap a bit.
Yeah.
I'll just try to explain the case with the assumption that Asakura actively chose to meet the culprit at the pool. Based on the timeline, this possibility seems more likely. If I'm wrong, then I'll just start over from the top. I'll accompany you for it, won't you, Miss Sakura?
Yes, of course. Ron stood up and stretched.
Let's head downstairs and confront her then, Miss Sakura.
Ann nodded, and two of them left the observation deck. As Ron walked, she thought about turning to say something to Ann.
Oh. How many points do we have?
Oh. What's our
Because
investigation
our
at?
investigation is 6, right?
We have 6 and we have 2 points.
We'd have to go all in. What do you think?
Do we want to go all in? I kind of want to go all in.
As a treat.
Yeah. We had good tears today. We can go all in. I think I can use this save slot. And investigation 8, temporary points. Investigation up. Investigation up. Check past. Let's do it. Ron suddenly stopped, turning toward the door that led to the residential area of the dormitory. What is it?
I think I heard some sort of noise coming from Toyama's room.
She's always making some sound or another in there, isn't she? Oh no.
Oh. No, it sounded like someone ran in. I'm going to go check it out.
Oh no, we got ominous music. This is not whimsy.
Oh.
Ron quickly walked to Aya's door and turned the handle to push open the door. But she immediately felt that there was someone on the other side of that door, pushing hard against it and refusing to let her open it.
What's going on, Toyama?
Ron!
Yeah, what's happening? Hey, Sakura, give me a hand and help me push the door open.
Spurred by Ron's words, Ann ran to the door. As the two of them pushed together, the crevice between the door and the frame trembled and the door opened bit by bit. The lock on the door began to clank and jangle. The person inside the room was trying to set the lock.
Not good, they're about to lock the door.
Let me handle it. Ann's voice was calm as she shoved her fingers right into the crevice of the door.
Sakura, that's very dangerous!
Your soft and precious hands! Ron was worried that Ann's fingers would get crushed, and tried to pull her hand out, but suddenly the door of the room opened easily. She and Ann almost fell to the floor, but managed to stay standing by holding onto the door frame. Ah!
Ooh!
Ron looked up and saw Aya lying on the ground with a knife-wielding Sai straddling her.
Oh, so it really was her.
Can't believe I'm being caught red-handed. Sure are devious, Sakura. Sakura? Ann nodded, revealing a smile. I knew you'd let go of the door so that my fingers wouldn't get crushed. Hey, excuse me, what? You were worried about hurting Ann, but not about stabbing me to death?
You know how it is.
I got up and lightly punched Sai a few times. She didn't look mad, but she was sweating. She probably received quite the scare just now.
Seriously, you scared me half to death, Miss Sakura.
Sai reached out and helped Ron up and gave her a pat on the shoulder. All right, I guess you probably figured out I'm the culprit. You still haven't figured it out. And I gotta say, it's a real bummer if you caught me out of sheer dumb luck.
Relax, with your half-baked skills, I've long since figured it out.
Ooh, okay.
Let's go downstairs and I'll explain how you did it. Oh, did she lure Asakura by saying that she needed to disinfect the pool?
Oh?
Like, was that just an excuse that she used to invite us to? And she just didn't kill Ron for some reason? I don't know. I'm just throwing things at the wall.
Honestly, man, that... I can think of two very divergent outcomes of that. Sai being like, hey, Asakura, I need to disinfect the pool. I need someone big and strong to help me. Asakura comes down and says, hey, so what the fuck's with that white gloves and Koizumi? The fuck's with that? Sai just goes, you shove. Get in the pool. Sploosh. Dead.
Not the usual splooshin that goes on at the school.
Yeah, not the fun kind. Oh man, that scared the crap out of me. So that's what it feels like to get pinned down by someone.
Oh, so she usually tops.
Yeah. Awakening. Sai, who'd been caught in the act, made no attempt to plead her own innocence. She and the others came to the dining room together, waiting for Ron to explain her reasoning. Why are your eyes so puffy and red, mijo? Did you cry because you were sad I got hurt?
Oh. You're so annoying. Oh.
Come here, you. It's okay. And don't cry. Aya tried to hug Miho, but Miho pushed Aya away by the face, preventing her from coming any closer to Miho.
You know, I already know that you all didn't take this whole murdering business seriously at all, but you've seriously taken the carefree apathy one step above and beyond, Toyama.
Whew.
Miho and I have always been like this since high school, huh? Compared to their future selves, they really haven't changed a bit.
Honestly, just
so cute.
More accepting of their feelings. Hey, I'm just in a good mood, okay? Try not to take it too far, or else Take is going to get into an argument with you again later. Sai carried over a pot of tea, set it down on the dinner table, and started pouring tea for everyone.
Oh, look, and you even made tea too, huh? Someone sure is relaxed.
Well, your process of explaining the murder is always pretty fun. It even comes with drawings to look at. Let's just treat it as a story and enjoy it while sipping tea together, yeah?
There's two of us who won't be able to hear the story, though.
Can't be helped. After all, two of them were acting along. Huh.
Chrono sure is being rambunctious this afternoon. Alright, let's get started then. This case wasn't that complicated, so we can finish retelling it pretty quickly.
Speedrun time.
Ouch, wasn't complicated.
Oof, the burn. Sai pushed a cup of tea toward Ron. I'm very sorry about boring you then. Sai didn't sound like she was making a joke. Ron wasn't sure how to respond.
What's that mean?
Nothing. You go on. Huh.
Okay, then time to begin retelling the case. So firstly, on the night before we found the corpse, Asakura and Indo entered the bathroom first. There's more detail on the bathroom signs. Chrono used this time to enter Asakura and Indo's room and acquire the key to the tool storage room.
Asakura noticed the key was disturbed.
Afterwards, Yorino headed to the tool room and got the rope. She hid the rope in the kitchen and put the key back in Asakura and Nindo's room. Then she prepared foodstuffs in the kitchen, awaiting an opportunity. During the process of washing the groceries, Asakura and Indo finished showering and appeared. After that was me and Take. We spoke a few words with Yorino before leaving the kitchen. Then Asakura went downstairs by herself, passing by the kitchen.
Wait a sec. How'd you know that Asakura went downstairs? Did she ever bring it up to you?
I'm an Esper. Indeed, Asakura intentionally concealed this fact. She'd already noticed some clues back then. If it wasn't for the recall, I would have missed it. I happened to run into her yesterday when I left the dorms to go find Miss Sakura. Oh. Right, Indo? When I asked Asakura, she said she wanted to go out for a walk. That's right. Asakura-san said the same thing to me as well.
We made this motivational. Oh gosh, I gotta see this. Oh, that's good. That's good. I love that.
That's really sweet, actually.
Yeah. Actually
You
motivational.
saw... When you saw Asakura, you didn't go for her directly, since you still hadn't seen Koizumi and Miss Sakura going downstairs to shower. Just in case, you decided to keep observing for a while. After Asakura returned to her room, Miss Sakura went downstairs to shower. Koizumi arrived at the very end. And we already know that the one to die that night was Koizumi. Also, she was wearing a sleeping gown, which shows that you must have called to Koizumi after she finished washing up. Bop, bop, bop.
Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, bop.
You asked her to help you wash the groceries and suggested that she put on some gloves.
Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop.
Womp, womp.
Wop, 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 wop. Alternatively, waka, 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 waka.
Koizumi, of course, agreed.
That's the perfect emote for that. Win. Ding!
That's what happened. No wonder Hinata's hands were so clean. I was very concerned about that fact, but I couldn't find any clues.
Guess you were more concerned about me at that time.
Ho, ho, ho. Please stop talking. Okay, stop interrupting me, you two.
Lovebirds.
The way these two bicker and play around is really making me nostalgic. So she was still tsundere as a grown adult.
I love that. But
After putting on the gloves, Yorino got out the rope, which she'd hidden in the kitchen.
Ooh. Yes. Hello, I offer you rope. Yes, no.
Tap yes to confirm. Yorino used the rope to strangle Koizumi unconscious and also tied a knot around Koizumi's neck.
Tap yes to confirm your murder booking. I was joking.
Then she placed Koizumi under the railings, tossed the long end of the rope to the second floor, and went upstairs to pull the rope up until Koizumi was strung up to an appropriate height.
Murder confirmed. Please stand by. Yeah.
Bleh. After that, Yorino tied the rope to the railing, cut off the excess length, placed a chair from the dining room on the floor there, and took off Koizumi's gloves, disguising it as a suicide.
You know, that night Sai was breathing heavily after she returned to the room. You have no idea how hard it is to carry an unconscious body.
But why do you want Koizumi to put on gloves anyways? It's a bit weird.
Well, it's as you said. I didn't want signs of a struggle to remain on our hands. Figured that someone who committed suicide wouldn't struggle. Fortunately,
Ah.
I finally lost the brain cell. Also, I really did want her help with the food prep. Like, I was worried she'd prick her fingers on the fish spines while prepping the fish before I killed her.
Okay, sure.
Okay, very good.
I really have overestimated how seriously they take these things. They really don't go out of their way to use low-risk methodologies at all, do they? It's not a contest.
Right.
So you're saying that Koizumi-san was selected randomly? She wasn't the true target? That's right. In fact, I don't think Asakura was the target either. And that means...
Well, obviously that means I was the target then, right? Actually, it wasn't you either. My target was Takei. Oh, why did you try and kill me then? Dying hurts a lot, you know? Maybe I did it just to see her infuriated reaction after the fact.
Okay. Next up, let me explain Asakura's case.
Yes, please. Dang, Sai was motivated. Oh?
It was previously mentioned that she went downstairs overnight. It was possible she noticed that Yorino was wearing gloves while washing the vegetables, and combined that with the cleanliness of Koizumi's fingers to notice an issue.
Gloves? Rope? Keys, anyone?
And she noticed something wrong about the placement of the key in her room, or perhaps she didn't and just relied on the fact that there was rope in the tool storage room, as well as the issues with gloves, to immediately conclude that Yorino was the culprit.
Rope in the
Yorino's just a
storage room.
swimming stick figure.
Real, honestly.
Afterwards, she went to the pool to confront Yorino.
They were both... I mean, after Tama's case, I see it. I see I see the conclusion there. They were both like the ones in the tool room, primarily. So Asakura sees the rope, thinks, yeah, that sure is that rope, huh? Picks up the key and thinks, Galaxy brain moment. To the pool we go.
Asakura directly declared that Yorino had killed Koizumi.
Booked her appointment at the murder pool. Rope?
Yorino, of course, tried to object.
No.
But Asakura was in control of several pieces of evidence. To prevent the truth from being exposed, Yorino decided to kill her and drown her in the pool. Is that really allowed? It seems like it's not fair play, you know?
Right.
Afterwards, she carried the body out and hid it somewhere and called me to clean the pool. Oh!
Okay, that makes sense then.
Letting me create an alibi for her so that the time of the murder would be concealed when we discovered Asakura's corpse.
That makes sense. Sploosh.
But I used pH test paper to test the fluids left in Asakura's trachea and esophagus, and found that their pH values were as high as 9, far above the standard for a normal person, and identical to the pH value of the pool before it was adjusted.
Dab.
Clearly, she was killed before Yorino and I disinfected the pool.
Acidity testing, huh? And here I figured that pH testing wouldn't work on fluids within a human body.
Yorino actually didn't push back on my theories this time? I'm sure she'd say something along the lines of Asakura not having a reason to go to the pool, but she could have simply revealed the results of a deduction to the others directly. I mean, after Tama got her head twisted, I figured they need a breather case.
Yeah.
For a definition of breather. Koizumi's an unbreather.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm mostly force-fitting this whole Asakura and Yorino face-off at the pool scenario. If I were forced to explain what exactly they said during their face-off, I couldn't give an answer either. But I'm assuming that Asakura got a couple details wrong, and that's why Koizumi's still dead.
Most likely, yeah. that. I mean, there's also the obvious answer. It's Ron's wondering why Sai's not pushing back. There's the obvious answer that if Sai objects and forces Ron to rethink her conclusions, if maybe Sai's already seen by confronting Asakura that if he doesn't get it completely spot on, then Sai's still alive, still in the game.
Yeah. It's a bit odd. And finally, let's sum it up.
Snick.
Snake. Because of the previous deductions, you were the one who killed Koizumi.
Bird.
Nobody else had any reason to kill Asakura, and because Koizumi was a randomly chosen victim, you had no accomplices either. So you were the only person who could have killed Asakura. And there's even less to say about Toyama. We caught you red-handed there.
Superstar. Yeah, that all sounds about right.
I'm curious, though. Even if you'd gotten away with it, how are you planning on escaping from Toyama's room?
Hey, you're pretty smart, aren't you? Why don't you help me come up with the perfect escape route for me?
Whatever, it's not important. So everything I said up to now has been correct, right?
Yep, it has.
So Asakura and Koizumi should be reviving in the morgue right now. But there's still some questions I don't understand.
Well, feel free to ask.
Hmm.
Well, we will ask. Keeping that save. What did Asakura say?
When Asakura went to meet you at the pool, what did she say to you?
I knew you'd want to ask that. There's another question you want to ask too, right? I can answer both of them together because the answer to both of them are the same.
Oh, yay!
Oh,
The same? How come?
that makes things easier. Sai nodded, slowly turning her teacup with the right hand. We sat face to face with Ron Ibuki. For some reason, Ron felt like she'd had countless experiences before where she'd faced off against Sai Yorino just like this. Huh.
But Yorino's memories?
Ron didn't feel anything like a headache or anything that might herald an oncoming headache. I know you'd like reasoning. Talk about how perverse and wrong our actions are, but you find satisfaction and pleasure in the act of thinking, and you greatly enjoy the process of deduction.
And yet you participate in society, curious.
So since you like it, I thought I'd try to do something you'd find fun. Sadly, my criminal powers weren't enough to live up to your expectations.
Aww.
Originally, I was trying to set up a closed-circle serial killer cases. One of those, and then there were none setups, but it looks like I'm just not up to the task of stimulating you. Asakura was the same. She noticed that you'd enjoyed this kind of thing, so she showed up at the pool to belittle me. She said that my methodology was childish and that she'd seen through me instantly. Wow.
I came here to laugh at you.
Wow. All right, then. Damn, girl. Get in the pool. You're next. Portal to hell. Quick, someone. I'll do it myself. No. Wrong one. No.
It was just a cheer up Ron case.
I love how that came through as my microphone. That's amazing. So I paused there and eyed Tama before continuing. Oh. Then she told me to kill her. Said that maybe it'd let Ibuki have some fun.
Oh, Asakura, you've done it again.
You little scamp.
We have a bit of fun. Why?
Ron leaned forward, smashing into the edge of the table and nearly toppling her cup of tea.
But what's the meaning of something like that? And this way it's like Asakura's killed herself for the second time.
It's because she was grateful to you. You helped her relationship with Indo return to normal and helped change her state of mind for the better.
Wait, can you call this normal? That's right, Ibuki-san. I share the same feelings that Asakura-san does.
Yeah. Tama stood up and reached out to hold Ron's hand, trying to reassure her.
Please don't blame yourself for Asakura-san's actions. He just wanted to do something nice for you. Something wrong with everyone here.
Oh my gosh. I love them.
What? It's useless.
Oh.
I couldn't be any use. Give any use to Asakura. She's already killed herself back at Shibuya Crossing. She's already dead. She won't come back to life.
Look, I was the one who actually did the deed, so it doesn't count as a suicide, okay? Don't overthink this. Ron closed her eyes and covered her face with her hands.
I know, but stop thinking about these things. There's no way to change what happened with Asakura and Koizumi-sensei. There's no point to me being miserable about it, so I should just stop thinking about it. Okay, I understand.
In conclusion, you're correct again this round. Look forward to the next round. Once it's Indo's turn, I'm sure she'll have something incredibly spectacular in store for you.
Yeah. Yurno-san, if you say it like that, you'll put so much pressure to perform on me.
Just stop thinking. Yeah. No thoughts. Miss Sakura. Ron felt like there was something stuck in her throat. She turned and cast a plaintive look at Ann. What is it, Ron?
Miss Sakura, my only desire is for you to regain your memories and to depart here with me. I'm not in any sense enjoying this.
I don't think there's anything wrong if you are. Doing what you want to do and working on finding my memories aren't mutually incompatible. Ron knew that what Sai was saying about her wasn't wrong. She was clearly enjoying the death games, and through them, she was even growing closer with Ann Sakura. Perhaps there really was nothing wrong with this.
Well, if even Miss Sakura thinks it's okay, then perhaps I should really just keep walking down the path I'm on right now.
Yeah, Miss Sakura approves, so nothing wrong here. God, just the thought of... That's... What a delightful motive this has been.
Yeah. Right, those who are killed will revive, so even if I enjoy it, there's nothing wrong with that, right?
It's so bafflingly odd and yet oddly endearing.
Yeah, it's just some girls recreationally danganronpaing each other.
Yeah, murder mystery party for the entire family to enjoy. Just Ron's feeling down, so let's plan out a little murder game to get her head in the game again. Set of revolving stars flashed through my awareness. Hello, Ronnie Kubi. Through my awareness, if Ronnie Ibuki chose to remain here, then I... Therefore... Ron has updated her notes. Huh. What? Excuse me?
Orb?
Excuse me? Ann Sakura fixed her eyes on Ron, and I suddenly started worrying that her face would spontaneously morph into that pallid head-like spherical organ.
Orb?
Are we on? Oh my god.
We're so cooked.
We're so cooked. I love it. Maybe just staying here with Miss Sakura would be pretty nice too. I will live the way I want to as well. Oh hi, Asakura. Just the face I wanted to see.
Thanks, Asakura.
Makoto Asakura sat down and closed notes from underground, leaned back in her chair, and let out a long exhalation. I'm quite looking forward to seeing the letter that Indo has apparently written for me, Ron. Her pointer finger tapped lightly against the book's cover, and Ron watched, waiting for the other girl to elaborate. My previous issues perhaps stemmed from a lack of self-confidence, both in myself and in the environment around me. Just doing the things I was supposed to be doing, wrapping them up cleanly and checking them off, and continuing on to the next thing I'm supposed to do, without any faith that these actions could bring me any greater understanding, and not thinking for a moment about how I should connect myself to the greater world around me. And then Indo invaded my life all of a sudden. Her endless curiosity and fervent love stifled me, and caused me to sink into confusion. Asakura pulled her hand back to support her chin with a smile. At the same time, she attracted my full attention. Without knowing, my entire checklist had become things related to Indo, including, of course, killing her.
Okay, you're saying all this in a really romantic tone of voice, but you have to know how terrifying that sounds, right?
Real. Well.
Ron is saying this, of all people?
I would never put killing Miss Sakura on my checklist. Never, ever. Well, it's not the same anymore. She's discovered temperance, and I'm learning to trust her.
Reading Dostoevsky fixed her? I also agree that Indo was being a bit too intimate with you before. The way things are now is pretty nice.
Honestly, no more mixed messages. Asakura laughed joyfully, her shoulders lightly shaken, then leaned her head, giving Ron a meaningful gaze that made her ears go red. Oh, when she gives you that look.
Oh my god.
Actually, she's being even more intimate and passionate with me than ever before. She likes the way I am now, better than ever.
Please don't make me picture weird things in my head. Let's talk about something else quick.
Let's go to put a
Wait,
hand.
she's already having a hard enough time after witnessing her moms making out.
Honestly.
Or, well, not moms.
May as well be. They're
Oh,
married.
Natans.
They're married. Well, they're if not married, they're together.
Mhm.
I'll have to go to put a hand on Ron's shoulder. Well, I understand why Yorno likes teasing you so much now. You're a lot of fun to play with. The temperance I speak of refers to the way that she will no longer in the future seek to coddle me in every possible way. Before, Indo's incessant caregiving made me think that she didn't have any respect for me. Like if she didn't do it for me, I couldn't even button a shirt, brush my own teeth, or wipe my own... Oh, okay, good.
Okay, the mouth. Okay.
Wipe my own mouth properly.
The pause made me think she was saying a different word.
Same. That's all in the past now. No need to linger on it. Asakura's hand slipped down from Ron's shoulders, following her arm until it clasped with Ron's own hand. Oh. Romantic? I feel great right now, Ron. Thank you.
A very sudden change.
Rhea, huh?
I've long since been able to take these steps forward. I didn't really do all that much.
I think we were all thinking the same thing. Right. Remind me to go clip that afterwards. In the future, please don't...
Do you think that she actually paused in universe to change the word?
Self-censored.
And in the future, please don't pull this actively inviting someone else to kill you to make a case for resolve nonsense ever again. You being alive is more important than that. He cares.
Oh. Asakura nodded and then let go of Ron's hand. I know you're not very accustomed to accepting the affection of others, so I'll limit myself to within your boundaries. Murder is outside of my boundaries. So that'll be it for now, then. Indo's about to bring me that letter of hers, I believe. Ron stood up and stretched.
Sure, just try not to make a mess of the library, okay?
In whatever way your reaction manifests. Asakura...
Sploosh.
Yeah, sploosh. Splash. Asakura waved her hand without answering Ron. Tama!
Yeah.
Ron
It's so sudden that I wonder if it has something to do with Ron's change in attitude, like she's more accepting of the environment now.
Yeah.
So the Asakura of her subconscious has also become more positive?
Since they're fundamentally mirrors in a way.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ron stepped out of the schoolhouse. Running towards her with a short gait was Tama Indo.
Ibuki-san.
Hearing Tama's heartening shouts, Ron subconsciously raised her hands. Tama didn't disappoint her expectations either and placed her hands into Ron's palms. Yes!
Let's go!
Real.
Looks like you're in a good mood as well today.
Tama nodded vigorously, her beautiful hair sweeping back and forth across her shoulders.
It's because I brought the letter for Asakura-san to read. I'm looking forward to seeing what she has to say.
Tama's radiant smile made Ron feel like she was going to get sunburned from being around her.
Well, I won't keep you then. Go see Asakura.
Tama didn't let go of those words, though. Rather, she held Ron's hands even tighter.
Ibuki-san, when I saw Asakura-san's corpse, I experienced something wondrous. The meaning of my life instantly evaporated in that moment, but it was immediately replenished by another.
Oh, concerning.
Even though, at the time, I'd lost Asakura-san, I gained a better understanding of why I was able to continue living in this world. Did Tama go through a similar arc when her ladyship presumably died?
Lost
That's what I'm assuming happened.
Better understanding was to continue living in the world. Unless she was just kind of drifting by. Yeah, she would have had to. Yeah. Makes me even more curious.
Because the way she talks about her old mistress isn't awfully heterosexual, is it?
Right. Agreed. It is. Difficult to say, but yeah, I definitely do not think it is heterosexual.
And the reason why I was able to realize all this was because of your support, Ibuki-san.
Tama stood on her toe tips, seeming quite excited.
So, if there's anything I can help with in the future, please tell me. I'm sure Asakura-san's thinking the same. Aren't she and Asakura dating, actually?
In the sense that Miho and Aya are dating, perhaps. Based on Asakura's description there. Ron let go of Tama's hands and circled around to her back.
I'm not Miss Sakura, so the two of you don't need to be worried about me.
She gave Tama's shoulders a pat and gently pushed her forward. I want to see something a second.
Are you getting a sense of finality from this? Like we're already on the bad end?
Yeah. Ron updated those notes.
She probably lashed out at Miho like that when she was a kid too, but Miho didn't give up.
Yeah. Gave Tama's shoulder a pat and gently pushed her forward.
And find Asakura. I'm sure she's quite impatient to see you.
Let's see. Do I have a save slot I can spare? I mean, realistically, we can spare the save slot. Yeah, it's still labeled Chapter 2. Tama nodded with a bit of worry in her eyes. After bowing to Ron, she walked off toward the schoolhouse. Sai? Ron, on the other hand, was just about to pull up at the entrance to the dormitory when Sayuno emerged from within. Ibuki, you and Sakura ran off so quickly after we drew lots. I was half thinking you might have run off to commit a murder. We skipped the lots? Huh.
Don't be ridiculous. I'd never kill anyone. What is she gonna do when her name is drawn? I mean, the card is drawn. I didn't pull the culprit card this time either. If I had, I probably would have tried to figure out some sleight of hand that prevent the others from noticing or tossing it back in the pile. How about you? Are you going swimming again? Looks like today's even colder than usual.
Yeah, wanted to get one last swim in before the pool froze over. You want to come?
Nope. Absolutely not. Get that away from me.
Sai gave Ron's head a gentle knock before heading off toward the pool. Katonk.
After the pool freezes over, it'll be a long time before I'll be able to see Yorino take another swim. Maybe I'll go watch her later.
Ron had just entered the dorms and taken off her shoes when she heard laughter from the dining room. Miho, what is this? How did you manage to make something like this? Oh no.
I don't know. I clearly followed Yorino-san's recipe to the letter. What did she make?
Oh no.
It didn't at least become an independent biological being, did it?
Oh, I hope not. Throw it at the enemy to deal 2,000 to deal with 20,000 damage. Ron followed the sound of the dining room where Miho and I were sitting together and eating something. Ron-chan! Ron-chan, come check out Miho's incredible quantum cheese fettuccine.
What? I don't...
Ron poked her head in to look and saw some kind of viscous white liquid sitting on a plate in front of Miho. Some solids seemed to be suspended in the gelatinous substance.
Oh, no.
What did you do? On the other side of the table, Aya had a plate of Italian pasta covered in golden brown cheese. These two plates were indeed meant to be the same dish, then Ron had no idea just how Miho had ended up with what was on her plate. Oh no.
Okay, I see who did the cooking while Ron was growing up.
Yeah. Real. I'm not gonna lie, quantum cheese fettuccine sounds like it's the in theory, Chris, yes. Unfortunately,
If it weren't gelatinous.
Unfortunately, Aya's crafting spawned the healing item, and Miho's crafting spawned the damage item.
Let me get a taste.
All right, judgment time. Ron took the fork Aya handed her, rolled up a forkful of the spaghetti out from under the cheese, and ate it.
Oh, not bad.
See? Clearly you could make something like this if you just follow Sai's cookbook to the letter. I don't know how Miho managed to turn her attempt into a shot at the Nobel Prize.
Shut up. Yeah, but if you're so good at cooking, you should help Yorna out a bit more in the future.
Well, you know, rather than do the cooking, I prefer to just eat. I was, for some inexplicable reason, sitting with arms proudly akimbo. But, well, I suppose I could help Miho out when she's secretly craving a midnight snack.
Are you the snack? Don't say nonsense like that in front of Ibuki-san. I don't go for midnight snacks.
No, you totally do. Remember that one time? Ron quietly left the dining room, giving Miho and Aya back their private space. Koizumi.
Sensei.
Finally. Good to see you again. Ron headed up the stairs and saw that Koizumi was heading up to the observation deck. She quietly followed Koizumi. When her target had opened the door to the observation deck, she suddenly darted forth and laid her hands on Koizumi's shoulders.
Koizumi. Ibuki-san.
Koizumi turned around, one hand over her heart, with an expression of pleasant surprise.
Oh, please tell me before you prank me like this next time. Then it wouldn't be a surprise.
Oh. The two of them entered the observation deck and each found a place to sit, keeping a bit of distance from each other.
You know, Miss Sakura and I come up here pretty often.
Oh, yes, I know. Ann, tell me.
Yes, I know.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, you can be Koizumi.
Okay. Oh, yes, I know. Ann tells me about it frequently. Ron lowered her head. She was thinking about what the best distance between herself and Koizumi should be at the interactions to best lower the awkwardness on both sides. Koizumi's relationship to Ron was somewhat complex, and whether Ron chose to keep her distance or chose to approach close to her, both left her hapless. Ibuki-san.
Yeah?
Next time, let's go out for another picnic. I'll bake some more cookies and prepare some more drinks again.
Koizumi,
I'll invite Ann and the rest of the class as well. How's that sound? Ron nodded and slid a tiny bit closer to Koizumi.
Sure, let's go together. Yeah, I think this is the bad ending.
This is going to be some endless days bad end. Ooh. Ron returned to her room where she saw Ann gesturing to her from next to the window.
Miss Sakura.
Magic crab goes down. Hey, nice, Chris. Ron rapidly approached Ann and immediately noticed that there was something in Ann's jacket that was shining with white light.
Is it a ring? Wait.
Ah! The fruit knife hurtled towards Ron's heart. Half its blade sank into her chest. She coughed in her mouth, filled with thick, viscous blood. Miss Sakura, what do you have there?
Understandable.
A knife? Ron didn't push her away, but let herself get slammed into onto the window instead. The notebook in her hands fell to the floor as well, splitting open to a pair of blank pages. Ron pulled the blade out and immediately plunged it into Ron's neck. She began pushing, trying to slash Ron's neck open horizontally. The knife's blade seemed to have been stopped by the muscle, so she was forced to pull out the knife and had to take a few steps back to watch as Ron kneeled before the notebook. The force of her impact with the wall had pushed all the blood out of Ron's mouth. Now her chest and stomach erupted with a fountain of... Oh, Jesus Christ. She looked down, watching her blood slowly come to surround the notebook before being absorbed by its pages, drop by drop. Hey, free recall! The sudden and unanticipated assault had caused Ron to fall into disarray, but in the midst of the chaos, one bolt of eye-searing light was coming right toward her. Ron suddenly opened her eyes wide open, throwing away for a moment both her pain and the fact that she was about to die. She opened her mouth and shouted, as countless memories enveloped her awareness like a storm. Ron's pierced heart began to beat wildly, causing even more blood to gush forth. She opened her mouth, raised her head, and stared Ann Sakura dead on in the eyes. What are we going to see? Ron, Ann's hands clenched the handle of the knife tightly, squeezing the blood that Ron had splattered on her out between her fingers. Seeing Ann's sorrowful face, Ron wanted to open her mouth and say something, but her previous shouts had already been exhausted the last of her strength. Slowly she closed her eyes, and with the last of her light saw that the notebook had consumed almost all the freshly shed blood on the floor. This filled her with peace. At last, everything before Ron began to twist and distort before finally fading out into infinite darkness.
Yay!
What? Alright, chapter 2 complete.
Okay, so we haven't messed up.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we got a permanent...
Okay, so Ann was the designated murderer, but I wonder if there are going to be consequences for the notebook getting soaked.
Very curious. First, what's our stat of choice for the moment?
I mean, it's supposed to be investigation 6, but
Right.
I guess it's still counting the temporary points right now.
Yeah.
That's 656. We're close to the funny number.
We go for the funny number.
Do you want to go for the funny number?
I kind of do. I think we need a bit of alacrity after being so thoroughly bodied here. Let's do it. Funny number. Back. Exit. Attribute improvement complete. 866.
Are they going to forget to take the investigation back?
Now entering the final recall. It's highly recommend that you collect Tama's memories and to save here. The recall? Well, alright.
Okay, where do we go to get Tama's memories? Did you save here?
I saved before getting my stats.
Oh, okay. We were wondering if it had something to do with the free time?
Too far back. What's interesting is that we can continue. Exploration, recall. We want to go back here. Just want to start with the exploration recalls. It just sort of get Tama's new mindset. I've recorded a new recall point.
Okay, where didn't we explore here?
Sigh.
Could it be related to Sai?
We can try. Hi, Sigh.
We can sigh.
We can sigh. We can sigh, and we can sigh. Hi, Sigh.
Chrono's come to take a dip on her own again. Nothing to do about it but keep her company, I guess.
Ron sat by the poolside and watched as Sai swam to the other end, leaving ripples in the wake of her path that broke the water's stillness. Reaching the end, Sai spun in the water, kickflipped off the walls of the pool, and swam back toward Ron.
Rad. That's the first time I've seen that kind of move outside of television. Here I figured you just used this pool as a glorified bathtub, you know.
You could afford to be more direct with your praise. Sai hung onto the side of the pool with one hand, pulling her hair back with the other. Oh, seriously, do you really have nothing better to do, though? You keep coming to watch me swim.
Oh, do you really have nothing better to do then? You keep coming here to swim.
Well, I like swimming. Speaking of which, Ibuki, and do you like deduction? Oh,
Why ask about that now? Are you asking about whether I like playing this killers and detectives game with the rest of you? Is this five shadowing?
sure. Yes, Sai answers. Watching Sai as she floated back and forth, Ron had a bit of trouble finding her bearings. She wasn't sure why Sai was asking all that all of a sudden.
I've always thought from the start that this entire thing was fundamentally wrong. Even if the victims can be brought back through correct reasoning, murder itself is always an extreme act to perform. The situation we had this time with Asakura and Ino has honestly left me a bit worried. If we can't resolve their issues properly, then the next time Asakura draws the killer's card, she's definitely going right back to tormenting Indo.
Yeah, I would never have imagined that Asakura would get that vicious with Indo. It kind of looks like their relationship has actually improved for it, rather than worsening somehow.
They've awakened. Maybe, I guess. Overall, I don't like the fact that you all continue to engage in this kind of activity. I suppose the deduction and reasoning itself is fairly enjoyable for me.
Fairly. The more difficult, the better, right? I'm totally not planning anything, right?
Hardly. The situations where the killer thought they finished the victim off, but the victim was able to write a note in blood detailing the key clues. Now that's the best kind of case if you ask me. 11037.
Yeah.
That's a lie. I love the kind of riddles where the success rate is 1%. Though usually in cases like that, the 1% that actually beat the challenge are usually people like Miss Sakura, not me.
She's so pretty and smart.
Yeah. If there's nothing else you'd like to say, then I'm heading out.
Oh, wait a sec. Sai, seemingly reflexively, raised a hand toward Ron. Water dripped off her arm in rivulets, gradually splashing to the surface of the pool below. Never mind. Forget it. Go on ahead.
Okay. What's going on? Don't tell me Yorino's about to start showing signs of weird personal issues too, following in Take and Asakura's footsteps.
Lord Farquaad pointing at Sai. Siscon!
Still, the time I spend with Yorino really is quite enjoyable. I wonder how I came to know her previously.
Alright, so we can...
Then can you switch to another recall point?
bail from this.
Mhm.
Exploration recall. Drew lots. Dinner. Dinner. Went around a bit. Yono, Toyama, Take Ibuki, that was a free one. Kitchen.
Did we get everything here?
I think we did. Huh. We found Aya in here. Can we skip through this? The scene dialogue. Yeah, I think we've seen this scene before. Currently, Mr. Recall, thank you. if you don't mind, I'm gonna power through this. 14 years. Yeah. Really is nothing else to cover down here. I sigh. Right ingredients. Explore nutritious food. Fence. No offense, you ain't shit. Oh, we did this.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be kind to Sai. And little sister was just like me. Update. Oh, so you're a Syscon. Yeah. Lord Frogpod voice. Syscon. We are kind to Sai. Sai was kind to us in our own odd way.
Very good.
Yep, Miho book. Oh, so that just forces us here. That just respawned. All right. Huh. Do we want to poke this? We're gonna poke around here a bit.
Yeah, let's try all the points just in case.
Seen on. Nothing else to gain from here. Inspiration recall. Tama then run. Tama! We can go see Koizumi. Which honestly, let's go see Koizumi.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that'll unlock the thing where she wanted to talk to us.
Yeah, Koizumi's branch. Ron followed Tama to the other side of the schoolhouse. She remembered that this was also where the infirmary was located.
And right here is the infirmary where you fell asleep before, Ibuki-san.
Tama had repeated what Ron was thinking in her heart.
Do you use the infirmary often, or do you all have excellent health and leave Take with nothing to do all day? We very rarely use this place indeed. If it's a small matter like a cold or a stomachache, we can usually solve those problems with just the first aid kits in the dorms. It mentioned that Miho wasn't a doctor in real life, right? She was some sort of...
She's in finance.
Mm-hmm. So she's just a doctor because she was a really good caretaker to her?
Yeah.
Oh, is that so? There's first aid kits in the dorms, huh?
Really took to the caretaker part of it. So, doctor earnestly trying to learn how to cook, even though she's bad at it.
I didn't notice any in the rooms. Maybe they're somewhere in the kitchen or something?
I say, probably got that book that she was looking at in that investigation segment purely once she took in Ron, trying to learn more about how to best approach helping Ron.
Huh.
When the two of them passed by the entrance to the infirmary, Ron heard a sound coming from within.
Someone's there?
She reached out and knocked on the door. An answer quickly came in response. Ron pulled open the door, and entered the infirmary. Oh.
Ibuki-san, Indo-san, hello. Hello, Koizumi-san. Do you want to take Koizumi for this scene
sure.
too, so it's not me talking to myself on three fronts? Koizumi, are you okay? Does your foot still hurt?
Koizumi stared with wide eyes. She'd apparently thought she'd managed to hide it from Ron. No, it's nothing. Koizumi sat at the side of the bed, her right foot bereft of its usual stocking, holding a bottle of medicine in her hand. She used her unoccupied hand to block her foot, and seemed embarrassed that Ron was seeing her in her current state, even though the two of them had already taken a bath together. Take-san told me to apply this medicine and get some rest.
Is the injury serious? Why didn't you ask Miho to help you apply it?
Well, it's not that serious, so I thought I wouldn't trouble Take-san.
Hmm.
Double choice. Double choice. That is our... Did save, right? Well, that's our death path anyways. We can rewind to that if we need be. Well, I'll use this save point then. Fair enough. Okay. Tama or Koizumi?
We can try both, right?
Yeah. Should be easy enough to come back to.
So, wanna try Thomas first? I feel like Koizumi-sensei's pushing herself, but I don't know if I'd be of any use even if I were to say something.
Ron looked down and saw that Tama was staring at Koizumi's foot with obvious concern.
Right. Let's get Indo to help bring the issue up for me. Indo, do you have something to say? Me?
Tama hesitated before she seemed to make up her mind in some way or another. Took a knee in front of Koizumi.
Let me check it for you, Koizumi-san. You might have trouble applying the medicine evenly if you're trying to do it yourself. You've got to take injuries seriously and take care of them properly, otherwise their condition will only worsen.
Koizumi seemed very embarrassed, but nodded anyways and handed the bottle of medicine to Tama. Tama raised Koizumi's ankle, allowing Ron to see the injury properly.
Fiercely swollen and inflamed.
Ooh. Tama nodded and began applying the poultice to Koizumi's wound with intense concentration.
It may hurt just a little bit. Please bear with it.
Koizumi covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were set into a squint from the pain. Oh dear.
Looks like it hurts way more than just a little bit. Miki-san, could you grab the bandages for me? It's best to wrap up after applying medicine. Sure.
Ron remembered that she'd seen a bunch of bandages in a glass cabinet back when she'd been lying on the same bed, and she quickly went and got a roll.
Is this type good? Yes, thank you.
Huh. A poultice is a soft, moist mass of material, typically of plant material or flour, applied to the body to relieve soreness and inflammation and kept in place with a cloth. Tama took the bandages and wrapped up the swollen part of Koizumi's foot. Even so, it left an obvious bulge under the wrappings.
You're pretty good at this, Tama. I've done this sort of thing many times before, after all. The young mistress got herself hurt quite frequently.
Ah. Tama smiled, then got up and helped Koizumi lie down again.
Koizumi-san, please rest here for a while and try not to go anywhere until the medicine takes effect.
I understand. Thank you, Indo-san and Ibuki-san.
I didn't even do anything, though. Just like before, Koizumi-sensei. Oh. Well, we won't disturb your rest then. Let's go, Indo. Okay, Koizumi-san, please definitely make sure your feet have stopped hurting before going anywhere.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Ron helped Koizumi close the curtain on the sickbed and left the infirmary with Tama. Oh. So we got
So if we try to click there again, can we pick the other choice?
investigated.
Are we able to click it again?
Well, we are. I guess we can't skip during... recall.
Hmm.
There's nothing. No, nothing. Tell the truth.
Koizumi, if it hurts a lot, please just say so. How bad is the injury?
Ron's resolute tone made Koizumi give up all attempts at concealment. He seemed even to be happy about it for some reason. She lowered her head slightly and moved her hand away from her ankle. Her toes almost instinctively clutched tightly onto the bed sheets.
Seriously, lame. Give me the medicine. I'll apply it.
It's okay. I can...
No way. If it's not evenly applied, it'll take even longer to get better. Hand it over.
But...
Hand it over.
Koizumi squeezed her legs together as her shoulders drooped slightly. She gave Ron a half-smiling look before handing over the medicine. Ron took it and then knelt down on one leg, taking Koizumi's foot with her left hand and applying medicine to it with her right. Koizumi covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were set into a squint from the pain.
Does it hurt?
No, a little bit.
Try to endure it.
Okay. Koizumi couldn't help but lightly tremble, and a snippet of quiet muttering leaked from her lips. Wonderful, she murmured softly. Are you okay? But Ron didn't hear her. She was only thinking about doing something for Koizumi, even though it wasn't enough to make up for her sin of not speaking up for Koizumi when it counted. Even if it was just to make herself less guilty, she still wanted to try and see where it led.
It should do it.
After Ron finished applying the medicine, she held Koizumi's foot and looked over it to make sure that the medicine had been applied evenly. Just then, Tama handed a roll of bandages to Ron.
Ibuki-san, you should wrap the injury with a bandage. It'll improve the effectiveness of the medication. Ah, that makes sense. You're not Aladdin, though. And I assume this is the same?
It seems like it. That's not her frequently. Ron wrapped layer upon layer on Koizumi's wound, bandaging it thoroughly. Even so, it left an obvious bulge on the wrappings.
Koizumi, how do you feel right now?
My feelings? Oh, hello. Well, that changed. My feelings? I was just thinking about how wonderful you are, Ibuki-san.
Gay, homosexual, gay.
Real.
What are you talking about? I think Ibuki-san's wonderful as well.
Oh no. Ron frowned deeply before she spoke again.
I'm asking you, how do you feel about your injury right now?
I'm sorry. It feels a lot better. Kind of chilly.
All right, then.
Ron stood up and helped Koizumi to lie down.
You just applied the medicine, so don't be in a hurry to get up and go anywhere yet. Wait until it doesn't hurt anymore before you get out of bed.
Koizumi nodded, seemingly incapable of speaking anymore.
I'll be leaving then. Get some rest, okay? Please make sure your foot no longer blah 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 blah.
Koizumi opened her mouth to speak, but seemed to hestate and stayed silent for a moment before she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. Thank you, Ibuki-san. For some inexplicable reason, Ron wanted to cry again. She nodded in response, then followed Tama out of the infirmary.
Aww.
Oh. Yeah.
You want to check to see if that unlocked either of their points?
Yeah, let's try... Oop. Branch recall. Koizumi gives Ron a call. Unlock conditions not met. Mean to us. Oh, hey, we can skip that. Very good. Tama? Unlock conditions not met. Mean to us.
Guess we gotta explore some more then.
Alright, let's see. Right, so.
Visual novels got hands.
Really? Door to away for the first time at night. Tour around the school. This is after dorms. Take Toyama, Koizumi, kitchen, shower, tool room. That one didn't really. Didn't really give us anything meaningful there. Mio's answers in the very sick bed. Investigated. Oh, hey, Koizumi.
Oh,
Extra Koizumi.
let's visit Koizumi Sensei before she confesses to me and see what she has to say.
Oh, we are explicitly recalling. Ron opened the rear entrance to the classroom and saw Koizumi at a table writing something by herself.
Ibuki-san? Hello, what is it? Is there something the matter?
Koizumi stood up and walked toward Ron, but she only made a single stride before realizing that she was still holding her pen. She had to turn back around to put the pen down. Ron tilted her head slightly, noticing that the book on the table seemed to be a textbook.
Why have you come all this way by yourself just to do your homework rather than doing it in your room? Sakura-san was preparing her lessons, and I didn't want to disturb her.
As Koizumi spoke, her hands moved back and forth between her locks of hair and the bangs on her face.
Ibuki-san, about how I killed Sakura. You don't have to bring that up again. After all, Miss Sakura is fine now.
Ron leaned at the doorframe, her hands crossed over her chest.
During lunch just now, Miss Sakura seemed to prefer talking to you more than she did me. You two sure seem close. Sakura-san and I are roommates, so we try to take care of each other.
And they were roommates.
Usually she's the one who takes care of me.
Oh. Koizumi's eyes suddenly widened and the pitch of her voice rose.
Because there's nothing romantic to the relationship that Sakura-san and I have, so... I know. That's right. The current Miss Sakura, I am basically a stranger, not comparable at all to a roommate she sees daily. Perhaps I need to adjust my attitude towards Miss Sakura just a little. I'm clearly being too impatient right now.
Huh.
Atta girl. But it's so difficult. Whenever I see Miss Sakura, all I want to do is cling to her. Ibuki-san? But... Nothing, you just suddenly stopped talking.
That just kind of happens sometimes. Don't worry about it. Koizumi shifted her feet slightly forward and raised her head. She began to blink her eyes at an unnaturally high frequency as she spoke. Oh no.
Hey, Ibuki-san, do you have time in a bit before dinner? I have some things I want to tell you.
I mean... sure. Why not?
You need charisma to agree to meet people.
Real.
Sure, that's fine. Thank you.
Koizumi took another step forward. Ron could tell from the color of her ears that her heart must have been going wild.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well, actually. Really? You're looking forward to it too, thank goodness.
Koizumi finally realized that she might have gotten just a bit too close to Ron. She took a small step backwards.
Because the one person in the school most familiar with Miss Sakura is probably you, after all, so I'm hoping to get some more insight on Miss Sakura from you. Oh, because of Sakura-san, huh?
Constantly deflating the poor girl's feelings. Oh. Koizumi slid her gaze away from Ron's with a polite smile.
I'll see you then. Alright, I won't disturb your studying either, then. Bye. Goodbye, Ibuki-san.
I mean, it could... We've seen everything there is to see in... Tama. That's all investigation. Oh, another Koizumi.
Oh,
I wonder if these Koizumis were here the whole time. I feel like this one was.
if there's a chance to talk to Koizumi-sensei, then let's give it a shot. Even though it might be pointless and just make me feel worse, I don't want to ignore anything anymore. I think we decided against visiting Koizumi this time, just to spare Ron.
Right. Yeah, this one was definitely here. Ibuki-san?
Ibuki-san?
Oh.
What are you doing here? Have you been injured? I noticed that you were still walking with a bit of a strange gait, so I came to check if you didn't come here to apply more medicine or something. My apologies for making you worry. It's fine.
For a time, there was nothing but the soft sounds of medicine being applied. Koizumi hesitated a moment before speaking.
I couldn't believe that Asakura-san would use a method like that. Indo-san must have been in a lot of pain. The two of them are so close, but it also feels like it's not quite that simple. I love toxic Yuri.
Yeah. Ron nodded.
I've never been able to build a close relationship with another person before, and being the two of them, it's honestly frightened me a little.
Oh.
Maybe it's best if I keep the status quo. I promise that they are not the norm for lesbians.
Right.
Was my decision to start changing myself by building a relationship with Ibuki-san a mistake?
I'm right here. Koizumi laughed dryly after she finished speaking.
Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little. I still haven't established much of a relationship with you yet, after all. Forget whether you've established a close relationship with me or not. I've already got Miss Sakura after all, so there's no way anybody could possibly form any kind of relationship with me, no matter who it is.
100% non-starter.
If you ask me, I'd say the problem doesn't lie with you. If you dislike your current self, then do everything you can to change it. Anything will do.
Never give up. Koizumi nodded and smiled. She wanted to reach out and touch Ron, but didn't raise her hand.
Thank you, Ibuki-san. I feel like I've fallen for a really impressive person.
Oh.
Please don't say things like that.
Never Koizumi showed any goodwill to Ron. Her appearance after becoming a teacher would appear before Ron's eyes.
You don't need to keep reminding me. You know that nothing I say will have any effect.
Oof. That makes all of her trying to build a relationship with Ron even more painful, because Ron got her memory back already.
Yeah, they did have a relationship before and didn't save her.
Yeah.
You take care and rest up now. I'll be going. Okay. Take care, Ibuki-san. Did we need to maximize Ron's guilt before unlocking Koizumi?
Just double checking. I don't think there's anything new here. Oh. Why'd I come back here? There's definitely nothing new here. Yeah. Why'd I go back here? Branch recall. Please, let me in.
Let me
Unlock
in!
conditions not met! What is this?
Ah!
Let me in!
Let me in!
Why
Do we need
this?
to go through literally every recall point?
I'm currently the Mr. Oh.
Are we ready to go through literally every recall point?
Branch. Oh.
Uniform suitor, we read that.
What? Real. Not sure quite well. Oh shit. Didn't do that. Can't skip that. Alright. That?
Do we need to let Koizumi fall?
Oh, okay. Let's try this.
Oh. Before I praise Ino because I was quite concerned about the Hakama, this time I'll see if I can get more information if I ask about the irregular uniforms directly. By the way, Indo, do you not have to wear the uniform? Isn't Yorno's outfit the actual school uniform?
Hearing Ron's question, Tama Indo stopped her sweeping. She didn't turn toward Ron, only speaking in a tiny voice.
My outfit here is a uniform too. Everyone picked the one they like most to wear. I chose mine with the rest of my classmates. Ibuki-san, you've noticed, right? The colors are the same and everything?
Oh, they are.
You chose it yourself? You're saying that everyone here wears a different uniform.
Tama lowered her head and crossed her hands nervously. Her legs were glued to each other in tension as well.
So,
Ugh!
even Ibuki-san feels I do not deserve to wear clothes like this too, then.
Ah!
Delete this timeline.
Want to go back?
But I was just...
Not much in the way of special information. Okay. Let's let Koizumi fall. Ah, cat's press. Less suave? Ah!
Wow. Class president.
Ron reached out, trying to catch Koizumi, but she was one step too slow. Koizumi supported herself with one hand on the blackboard and the other hand clinging onto the closest desk and managed not to fall.
Hey.
Class president.
You're not hurry, all right?
The other students in the class rose as well, wanting to confirm that Koizumi hadn't hurt herself.
I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, everyone.
Koizumi pushed herself up, and after adjusting her hair a bit, bowed shallowly to everyone.
Thank goodness the class president didn't actually fall, otherwise I'd have felt terrible.
Okay, that was entirely unhelpful.
Infinite exploration.
Infinite exploration. Investigating the dorms, perhaps confession. Understand the place for it to see. What do we do? Exploration recall. We saw Tama, we saw Miho. Sign on, but that doesn't really. Another one. Oh, that doesn't really give us all that much. Tama, let us in? My condition's not met. Let me in. I do not.
It seems really obscure, but I'm going to look online to see where the flag is.
Okay. I'm doing this here. I'm going to save the game here. Save the game here. See. Alright. I'll let you do that. I will poke around by force.
Okay, Reddit says just redo all of the exploration recalls.
Huh. All right.
Because they're not sure which one specifically unlocked it.
Wait, this says branch recalls.
Yeah, branch is different from exploration, I think.
Oh, these are branch recalls because they are locked choices.
Oh.
I'm not saying that with any certainty, but I'm just saying that
Yeah, that makes sense.
some degree of we saw Koizumi here. Dorm to dorm to dorm. God, I did it. What do we do?
Do you want to try to investigate all the ones that we've actually read before?
Possibly. Once the dorms go straight. Miho Sai, Tama, Asakura. This is refuse.
I can't. Once Miss Sakura's finished preparing her lessons, I need to speak with her in private. It's possible that Miss Sakura will be busy all the way until dinner, so I can't make you any promises.
Okay.
Hey, I understand.
But if... Oh.
If you finished speaking to Sakura-san in advance and still have a bit of time left over, could you meet with me then?
Ron couldn't figure out what Koizumi was trying to say to her, but she had no interest in anything other than Ann Sakura.
I'll see about it when the time comes. Oh, okay.
Koizumi continued to maintain a polite smile.
Sorry for troubling you and Sakura-san. It's fine. I feel like the atmosphere has gotten a bit uncomfortable. Let's get out of here. Hit the bricks. I won't interrupt your studying anymore then. Bye. Hey, goodbye, Ibuki-san.
Hello, Branch. Hello, Branch. Locked is not met. Understandable. Have a good day. Exploration Branch. First time at night. Endo, Dake Toyama. Nobody in the room. Probably showering. Shower room. Couldn't hear what was being said. Really loud.
Maybe water is just unnaturally loud in this universe, like how Ghibli tears are unnaturally dense.
Real. It'd be depraved. Oh, God. That sound effect was just really awfully balanced. Oh, God, here we go again.
Oh, no.
This is that. All right. Yeah, that doesn't take up time. And, you here? Thomas here. Asakura and Sakura showering? Book? Oh, yeah, notes from underground. Yeah. Pretty philosophical stuff. Asakura knows her notes from underground, too. Real. Okay. There's anything we can gain from that. Been here. There's no possible way that this could be just do nothing and not egg on Koizumi. This was a branch. Koizumi's have a lot of branches, exchange pleasantries, then leave.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're okay, that's good. We won't disturb you then.
Koizumi hesitated, looking like she wanted to say something, but ultimately just nodded.
Goodbye, Ibuki-san.
Ron turned and left the infirmary. After Tama gave Koizumi a light bow, she followed Ron as well.
I feel like something's not quite right with Koizumi-san. Maybe she's hurt pretty badly. Don't worry, Koizumi can take care of herself.
Ron knew that she'd only been forced out of the nurse's office by her memories of Koizumi. She didn't want to look anymore at Koizumi's face. It would only make those memories grind away at her more.
Aww.
That feels wrong. But at this point, I don't know. At this point, I'm willing to try anything.
So, should we reinvestigate all the ones that we've already explored?
Honestly, possible.
Yeah, maybe there's additional dialogue because it's a recall for some of these. The explorations, not the investigations.
Oops. Whoopsie day. Really tripped. Catcher. Whoa, praise. Smooth.
Whoa, Riz.
Yeah. So capable. You spoke quite lovely. Is it that lovely? Oh no. What's this? Squish, squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish. Okay, fine. Alright. So that's prologue. A Koizumi moment in the prologue. Exploration recall. We can be kind. Agree to meet. Yeah, maybe if we pick all the kind choices. Agree to meet.
Hmm.
We could probably fly through this relatively quick, so none of the room. I noticed it didn't take up any time slots.
I guess since this is basically a free time.
Oh, yeah. True. So the dormitories don't matter particularly, but Koizumi is also here. Let me in. Koizumi.
Yeah, we went through all of the options here.
So maybe it's a persistent state of the last choice we picked. Very Will a Wonderful World style. Tell the truth. Where we set the right flags in each choice, and that moves us in the right direction. It definitely feels like the bad choices are very openly, at least the bad choices in this section are very openly Ron running from the feelies. That one took a
Found a review that says that the gameplay is very shallow. This is a visual novel.
God, fighting them. I don't think there's a choice here. Oh yeah, Asakura, Yono. Lots. Dinner, explore the dormitory. Oh, that one was pointless. That one was already too late. Ranch. Unlock conditions not met. All right. I think we need to.
Do you want to try and see if we can find the flag off stream?
Yeah, I think we need to tap out for tonight. I think we need to tap out for tonight.
We did our best.
We did our best. There's only one thing we can do now, and I need to add this to the stream. If I can find it on the stream. I put you in downloads. Oh, no, that came in really big. Remember, always remember, exist. We truly did our best.
Happy Wednesday, don't forget to exist.
Yes, don't forget to exist. This is like the 45 SP miss from the Yes. Yes. Except we just lost a 45 SP clash on a big ego, and then we lost the clash and they just killed us back repeatedly.